ESPN Plus and on Disney Plus. This is Freddie and Harry.
David in New York. David, how do you handle these tough conversations involving older family members?
My dad is ex-military and a doctor, so I'm not having that conversation. My mom was a little easier. She's on oxygen. So I said, if you can't breathe, you can't drive. And then she lost half her lung. So I said, when you get your lung back, you get your keys back.
Check out more from Freddie and Harry weekdays at 3 Eastern on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. Amber and Ian.
I would like to have a public service announcement here. And here's my announcement.
You go Florida Gators, I swear.
All right, give me the floor here. Stop firing damn coaches before the Gators hire one.
Oh, that was short. I thought you were going to go full on. You know, the deep fried grouper here in Gainesville is unbelievable. I thought it was going to be a full-on sales pitch.
It's a great time.
Amber and Ian, weeknights at 7 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on Sirius XM Channel 80.
Coach Saban here. On the field or on your walls, coverage matters. That's why I go with Behr Marquee Interior Paint and Primer from the Home Depot.
Exceptional hide, advanced stain blocking, and over 1,000 colors to choose from. Behr Marquee delivers one-coat coverage that stands up to real life. One-coat coverage, no overtime. Behr Marquee, only at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Valid only when tinted to colors from the Behr Marquee Interior One-Coat Hide Collection.
Now that I'm a dad, I can't stop thinking about what would happen to my kids if something happened to me, like losing the house or not affording college.
Yeah, that used to keep me up at night too. It's why I finally got life insurance from Ethos. It's 100% online. No medical exams, just a few health questions. I got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day.
I never realized it was that simple. Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Rates may vary. Bill monthly. Sample rates in your term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text AREA to 42424 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text AREA to 42424. That's AREA to 42424.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Wichita's news sports leader, ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM, KKGQ, Newton. This is the Shane Dennis Show on the new ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
Welcome in. Happy Monday. Shane Dennis Show, episode 1094. Rolling from noon to 2 as usual. Here on a weekday. Hopefully everybody had a great weekend. Plenty to react to, plenty to get to, and we'll do so here shortly. Kicking off another week of giveaways, qualifications, crossover season, football, basketball to talk about. KU, K-State, Wichita State, the Chiefs back in action, all kinds of ground to cover, and we'll do so, and we would appreciate your involvement if you want to be involved. Got something to say? You got something to ask? Then we got a couple of different avenues for you. Hotline, if you want to call, 316-669-4996. We will be employing the hotline a little bit later on. Talk to a Shocker basketball player here in hour number 1. We have a text line that you can use at your convenience to ask questions, comment, or win things. And we'll give you the opportunity to do that in hour number 1 also. So we'll be using the hotline and the text line. You'll be using the text line. It's 316-247-0923. If you want to text us, I'll see them. Chance Lebo sees them. Pat sees them. So if you want to give a shout out, comment, or question to any or all of us, that's where you go. Text line 316-247-0923. Tell your smart speaker, play KKGQ 92.3. Stream us online, ESPNWichita.com. Click listen live. Download our ESPN Wichita app. Take us with you wherever you go. Don't ever miss a second. But if you happen to, you can go back and listen to the podcast on demand whenever you want. They're archived at ESPNWichita.com and also at ESPN Wichita app. New Day with SSJ in the mornings, my show, Pat and the Pulse, program with Seren Petro. If you miss any of those or you just want to listen to something again, you can do so after the fact at our podcast page. Live stream us on Twitter. Follow us on Facebook. Live stream us on Facebook. Same with our YouTube channel. We are at our Equity Bank Park studio. It's November 10th, 314th day of the year, 51 days left in 2025. Headed for a high in Wichita of merely 45 degrees today before it warms back up later on in the week. All right, a lot to get to, and we'll tell you exactly what and when here in a second. But first, Jack Johnson's back. Pretty sure he's got a moment of levity too. Jack?
Did you know people in Dubai don't like the Flintstones?
No.
Well, people in Abu Dhabi do.
Hey, I got one for you. Hey, why shouldn't you ask Brian Dable for change of $1?
Why is that?
Because he'll never give you the fourth quarter.
Ah, good one. Good one.
Yeah, and apparently he's out too. So I was going to tell that joke even if he hadn't gotten fired. But it's November 10th. It's United States Marine Corps Day, National Civic Pride Day, National Forget-Me-Not Day, reminding Americans that National Forget-Me-Not Day originally raised funds for services for returning injured soldiers. Vanilla Cupcake Day today, too. Born Day, Winston Churchill. That's Russell Johnson, the actor who played the professor on Gilligan's Island. Today's his born day. Donna Fargo, singer, happiest girl in the whole USA. Sinbad, stand-up comedian, actor. And Mackenzie Phillips, actress known as Julie in One Day at a Time. Ellen Pompeo, Dr. Meredith Grey, Grey's Anatomy. And born day, Brittany Murphy. All right, there you go. There's November 10th for you. Here's what we're going to talk about today. We invite your comments also via the text line if you want to weigh in. KU heartbreak times 2. Not a great weekend for KU athletics. We'll talk about that coming up here in just a second. Also, one of the heroes for Wichita State on Saturday night, as they took care of Prairie View A&M, hometown kid TJ Williams joins us on the hotline. He had a double-double, 14 points, 11 rebounds, and pitched in 5 assists, too. We'll talk to the former Wichita Heights star coming up here in just a second. We will give away some movie tickets. We're having a movie night this Thursday. We'll explain more here in a second. Twitter question has to do with, I think, and the voters have agreed with me so far, the polarizing Gus Johnson. He was on the call for Penn State, Indiana on Saturday. And if any of y'all saw the end of that game, you saw something pretty amazing. That was a great catch in the back of the end zone. But you also heard a hard to describe call by Gus Johnson. We'll hear that and have a conversation about Gus Johnson here in a little while. Hour number 2, Dylan Edwards' career at K-State apparently is over. reports late Friday and from over the weekend that he's no longer on the team, got a red shirt, going to leave again. Talk about him and who could possibly want that 1 o'clock hour. Player of the week brought to you by PHP Law. One really stood out from the NFL yesterday. He's my player of the week. So we'll have that at 125. And then I'm old Jack Young at the end of the show. Now that Jack's back, we'll have Chance Lebo sliding in here, sitting in for Pat today. And we'll play a little I'm old Jack Young and hand you off to the Pulse from 2 to 4 here on November 10th. So that's what we got for you today. Weigh in, sound off if you'd like. Texter says Jack is back. Hanging on by a thread in my eliminator. Good job, Texter. That eliminator. I want to know how much, Texter, if you win that eliminator, how much money are you going to win? That's what I want to know. Because I've been in those before. And some of them pretty lucrative if you're the last one standing. All right, so let's begin. First of all, with just a little snippet of what we thought in the KU North Carolina basketball game. I thought it was, and I want to wrap this up quickly because there's plenty to unpack with the KU football game, but I thought that KU North Carolina game was simply a matter of North Carolina got hot in the second half. There wasn't a whole lot that KU could do about it. And that furthermore, nothing wrong with losing to North Carolina at Chapel Hill, especially this early in the season. Not a throwaway game, but KU got outplayed and North Carolina got hot and wasn't a whole lot Kansas could do about it. Now you could, I guess, gripe that they should have dug in their heels a little more and gotten a few more stops when they needed to, but give up 87 points in a college basketball game. Number one, it's hard to win that game, but it's also, I think, more and more a common happening getting up into the 80s. Alabama and St. John's played an NBA game this weekend. It's like 103-96, and it was in regulation. So it's happening more and more. And I thought that was just a high level of basketball. Jack, you want to weigh in, give me a thumbnail sketch on any thoughts that you might have had, if you had any, on KU North Carolina that differ from mine?
Yeah, I think you can definitely be disappointed with the second half and how KU defended. But as you pointed out, sometimes teams get really hot. I remember looking up, I think with 5 or 6 minutes left, and North Carolina was shooting 79% from the floor.
Right.
Some of those were right around the rim. Some of them were wide open dunks. Some of them were contested threes. And I almost had to chuckle in the first half, though KU played really well in the first half. Henry Vasar, the transfer from Arizona, had never hit more than 1 3 in a game. And what did he do in the first half against KU? He was 2 for 2. And that's just, it's what you kind of have to get used to whenever teams play Kansas, is somebody is going to play extraordinarily well. Now, the goal for KU, you got to make those guys play poorly. That's a mantra that Bill Self lives by. It's not that we have to play better all the time. It's that we have to make them play poorly. But as I feel I said before the season started, number one, I love that KU's testing themselves, in the second game of the season. Go look at a lot of Big 12 teams' non-con schedule, and you will just be blown away at how awful some of the schedules are. Now, when it's all said and done, there's a good chance that those teams are higher than KU in the standings. But you have a young team. You start 2 freshmen, and I believe that by the end of the year, you might be starting 4 freshmen. With the way that Bryson Tiller looked, a 6'10", 6'11" guy that can stroke it from beyond the arc, and he can play well down low. He's the biggest guy you can play in meaningful minutes, I believe. And I only feel these freshmen are going to get better. But, yeah, when you leave this non-conference schedule, I bet KU will have 3 to 4 losses. That makes a lot of sense to me. But you just can't get so caught up in November losses, especially November 7th or whatever it was. I mean, last year's KU team started 7-0, I believe it was, had beaten Michigan State, had beaten North Carolina, had beaten Duke. And where did that get them? Absolutely nowhere. Because if you are a team with a bunch of freshmen and play, freshmen and sophomores like KU is this year, you can't expect those guys to be incredibly good and good on the road in November. The goal is to be the best version of yourself come January, come February. And I'm not sure that loss really moved me too much on what I expect from this team. I thought against one of the better defenders in the country and Seth Trimble, Darren Peterson putting up 22, was still pretty good. I expect him to be one of the country's best players when it's all said and done. And can't wait for them to get tested here in, I believe, a week against Duke again. So to see that on the schedule, that's awesome. Want that to be a highly contested game. And hopefully they learned a little bit from playing North Carolina, because this one will be on a neutral site court in maybe Madison Square Garden. It's Chicago or New York. Yeah, somewhere one of those. But glad they get tested multiple more times in the non-conference slate, because playing a bunch of soft teams and horrible teams that are borderline Division II doesn't do this program any good.
All right, now on to the second gut punch of the weekend, and maybe a little more inexplicable and hard to swallow. And that's the KU Arizona football game. They lost 24-20, held a 20-17 lead through the end of the fourth quarter, but a automatic kicker missed a 30-yard field goal. And maybe most importantly, or most disappointing, was the play call and the settling for said field goal that guy that never misses actually missed. Instead of turning a one-score game into a one-score game, they end up missing the field goal. Wildcats drove the length of the field, scored the winning touchdown with 39 seconds left. So now you're in further jeopardy if you're a KU fan of the team missing a bowl game for the second straight season. Besides going forward on 4th and 2, which we'll get here in a second, plenty of reasons why Kansas lost the game. And one of them's intangible. And I think that is waiting for the other shoe to drop on this team. They played their butts off defensively for 3.5 quarters, but deep down inside, they all knew they still had to make one more stand. And it was a stand similar to the one that they couldn't make against Cincinnati all those weeks ago. And then of course, the fait accompli. If you're a KU fan, sure enough, Noah Fafita went down the length of the field and won the game with a touchdown with 39 seconds left. But KU had a bunch of penalties at inopportune times. The first one, I thought this would have been a game sealer to me. Late in the second quarter, interception and a pick six of Fafita, 77-yard touchdown. But it was negated by a holding penalty. That would have made the game 24-7 entering halftime, but it was a defensive hold called on Jalen Todd. So that touchdown was nullified. And then later in the third quarter, 17-14, major penalty came on the final drive of the game, and the Jayhawks were attempting to make their comeback when running back Daniel Highshaw had an unsportsmanlike conduct, forced the Jayhawks back to their own 38-yard line from Arizona's 47. In all, 5 for 55, but the one big one was the hold that negated a pick six. Speaking of pick six, they probably should have had another one. A drop by Taylor Davis, who nearly picked off Fafita after it ricocheted off one of his receiver's hands. He couldn't reel that one in. And also Saeed Gibbs dropped what would have been another pick six. And instead the Wildcats didn't score, but they were able to punt it away. There were a couple of drops as well offensively, and didn't help Jalen Daniels out. Now we get to the play calling. On the first drive of the fourth quarter, KU had 3rd and 5 at Arizona's 40. Incomplete pass to Henderson. Instead of going for it to extend the drive, Lance Leipold decided to take an intentional 5-yard delay of game penalty, and then the ensuing punt went in the end zone, resulting in a net 20-yard gain for the Jayhawks compared to if they've gone for it on 4th and 5. Then late in the fourth quarter, Jayhawks driving toward the end zone, drive stalled at the Arizona 11 with 2:39 left in the game. Daniels was shaken up on the previous play. It was 4th and 2, and that was after he tried to run for a first down, but had to exit the game to get examined by the training staff. Facing 4th and 2, leading 20-17. He chose to kick that field goal that we were talking about a minute ago that missed from 30 yards. Arizona took over from there, drove the length of the field, won the game 24-20. That was a cowardice play if I've ever seen one, for a couple of reasons. Even if Jalen Daniels doesn't come back into the game, you have Isaiah Marshall as a backup. If you wanted to go for it on 4th and 2 with a running quarterback, even more so than Jalen Daniels is, who some would argue really isn't. He's capable, but he doesn't run a lot. And then even if you want a run pass option of some sort, Cole Ballard is more than capable of running your favorite play to get you 2 yards. Like, that's a 2-point conversion. Every team's got about 6 or 7 plays that they're going to go to when they need to go for 2. And that's essentially what that was. They needed 2 yards. And if they'd gotten just 2, you're looking at 1st and goal at the 9. You're looking at, if Arizona even had any timeouts left, did they have any then? Maybe one?
I believe they had one.
Maybe one. Okay, so they burn one, and then the Jayhawks run another play, get it down to the 2-minute warning, and you got 3rd and goal, regardless of where it is. And if you don't score a touchdown on 4th and goal, it's 1 minute and 20 seconds left at the very most, to say nothing if you punch it in. But they didn't. They elected to kick the field goal, missed it, and the Wildcats go down the length of the field, win the game 24-20. Not going for it on either one of those 4th downs ended up being a big part of why KU lost the game. And it's a recurring theme with Kansas at the end of games. Some would call it, and some have called it, playing not to lose instead of playing to win. And I think more than anything else, Jack, besides the fan base having heartburn and here we go again, and we've seen this movie before, I think something that not enough people bring up is, how does this affect the players? They got to be pissed that they're never going for it on 4th down, or they got to be pissed that you put it on the defense who had stopped them all game long. Why don't you let the offense go, put the game away for you? The thing that it's not the message, but the feel in the locker room can't be good because of these play calls or lack thereof, let alone the fan base and the alumni, right?
Yeah, I mean, sure. Would I like to get up in arms and really ticked off about the game on Saturday and the decision to not go for it and losing yet another 1-score game? Sure, but I feel I'd be a little bit foolish, and I would be letting the temper get the best of me, because why should I expect anything different? I mean, I could maybe pick out one time since Lance Leipold has gotten to Kansas where they have won a 1-score game like that. Everybody knew that the minute the field goal unit came on the field, whether Laith Marjan made that or missed it, they were going to lose the football game. And if you were confident and you believed in the defense getting a stop, that's on you. That's not on the players. That's not on the coaching staff. You foolishly believed in this team getting a big stop when it mattered. But you can go over the course of every quarter. And when it was 17-7, Shane, I had 0% confidence they were winning the football game. When they picked up a big 1st down in the 4th quarter, I had 0% confidence.
If that pick 6 would have stood, they'd have won the game, though.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, certainly possible.
I understand your skepticism, but I in my heart, when I saw that right before that they showed it was taken away, I'm like, that's it, it's over. Like, I was getting ready to go into the Prairie View A&M game to do the basketball game. I'm like, when I walk out of here, KU's going to have a win. And of course the hold nullified it, and then I was right back into your boat. I was like, well, this is anybody's game, even though it's 17-7.
Yeah, you expect it to go that way, and it's going to happen in Ames next Saturday if it's a close game, and if it's a close game on that Friday in Lawrence to close out the regular season, they're just not going to have the big play. It's not, just isolated to this team as well. There have been good Kansas teams under Lance Leipold that can't win football games like this. And yeah, it probably starts up top. It starts with the coordinators that Lance Leipold has hired, but I mean, there were multiple opportunities against Arizona to close out that football game, to go for it. Saeed Gibbs had a tailor-made pick six. It doesn't get any easier than that. And jumping a route where Fafita just didn't even see him or the receiver ran the wrong route. 9 out of 10 times, and I would say for 99% of other college football teams, even a former winless team like Sam Houston State, they pick the ball off. It's just, you just kind of have to, not be surprised by it anymore. And honestly, maybe I feel a lot different if KU was 8-0 or 9-0 and then you lost that game. If they won, is bowl eligibility very important? Yeah. I mean, you want to get to a bowl game, you want to win it. But is 6-6 or 5-7 or 7-5 any different other than you got to a bowl game when it's all said and done? Yeah, because last year, I mean, all the ranked wins they had, you forgot about them. It's like that's the one game I can remember in Provo last year. The defense got to stop, and I think that said more about BYU.
I bet somebody at the time that KU would not win that game. Like I bet real money, live betting person to person. I'm like, BYU's going to win this game. You want to bet? And they actually didn't. So when it does happen, you're like, wow.
Yeah, no, it's you are shocked, and almost every single time there's a drop pick, a fumble that's not recovered, or a coaching decision that everybody and their parent would say, yeah, they should go for it, or oh, they should kick it, or oh, they should punt it. It just goes the other way for Kansas. And really, when you look back on this year, it'll be one of the more, I don't want to say forgettable, because there's been some pretty forgettable Kansas football seasons of my lifetime. But listen to what happened. They beat the teams they should have beaten. They lost to the teams they shouldn't have lost to. And what do I expect the final two games? I expect them to lose at Ames. I expect them to lose to Utah, because they're not going to be favored in either one of those games. And it should, whether it be the coaching, whether it be the talent or the depth, that's something they're going to have to figure out, because as much as Lance Leipold has raised the expectation of the program, which of course you got to take into account and how great that is, there's going to be a lot of people that go, he'll never take them to the next level unless he wins games like that. He's 0-6 against rivals in his time at KU. He is, I want to say the stat was, and I could be wrong on this, but 3-9 in one-score games. Like,
feels like
you can't be a championship level team or a championship level coach if you lose those games, because nobody gives a bleep if you blow out West Virginia or they beat UCF on the road in a one-score game earlier this year, and that was because they had a third-string quarterback in on the final drive. They have not had that meaningful stop, that meaningful sack, that meaningful turnover on downs that I really can recall in the Lance Leipold era. And maybe it's you need a new defensive coordinator. Maybe it's that you need more depth. But anybody, and I mean any KU fan out there that thought they were winning that football game when Arizona tied it up in the second half, that's on you. I'm sorry. That is just on you for foolishly believing they were going to win that one. I, at no point on Saturday afternoon, really cared about, the lead they had, really felt confident. And when Arizona punched it in and Brent Brennan pretty much did everything but rip his shirt and pants off, because you saw how pumped up. I don't know if it was bowl eligibility or something. That dude was fired up for that game. And when they ran it in, I went, well, yeah, I mean, that you could have seen this coming from a mile away. From the minute that the pick six was called back to the minute Arizona kicked the ball off on Saturday, you had any confidence, you're an optimistic person. I'm just, with this team the last 2 years, I really got no reason to believe they're going to win a game like that.
Yeah. That was a tough one. So as Jack mentioned, 2 left, 1 at home, 1 on the road. Iowa State there, Utah at home. You got 2 to win 1. And they let an opportunity get away in the desert. When we come back, a little shocker basketball. Wichita State pummeled Prairie View A&M, scored 105 on Saturday. And one of the guys that was in double figures is a Wichita kid, TJ Williams from Heights High School, finally getting his chance, and he played a whale of a game. We'll talk to him when we come back. Shocker basketball talk next. It's 12:26.
You're listening to the Shane Dennis Show on ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
Listen up, soccer fans. Shocker fans, you just hold your horses. Soccer fans, though, Visit Wichita is excited to bring NCAA Division II men's and women's NJCAA soccer to Wichita. That's right. Coming to Wichita. It's at the Shields Sports Complex, and it's coming up next. Stand by. Lost my computer. Stand by, everyone. All of you soccer fans hanging on the edge of your seat. This is a great live read promo, but this happens sometimes. Let's see. Stand by. Jack, you don't have this read, do you, by any chance?
I don't think I do. We can always push it to next break.
No, I got it. I know that suspense is killing y'all. Witness the best junior college soccer around, and it's in Wichita once again. It's November 16th through the 22nd. It's at the Shields Striker Sports Complex. Amazing athletes take the field, be crowned champions, see high quality, fast-paced soccer that's fun for the whole family. 4 tickets. Here's the most important part. Go to visitwichita.com/get-tickets. That's visitwichita.com/get-tickets. November 16th to the 22nd. Shields Striker Sports Complex. It's the NJCAA Division II Men's and Women's Soccer National Championships, Wichita, this November. Visit wichita.com/get-tickets. Big or small, every project deserves a win. From updating your fireplace to creating the perfect patio, Lusco Brick and Stone gives you the strength and style to get it done right. For more than a century, Wichita families and builders have trusted Lusco for brick, stone, and hardscape materials that outlast the competition and bring lasting beauty to every project. Check out their work online at luscobrick.com. Lusco Brick and Stone, Wichita strong since 1907.
What do people with blindness or low vision need to live to the fullest? Just ask them. It's skill development, scientific breakthroughs, knowledge-based jobs, and the same opportunities as everyone else. When you give to Envision, whether it be your time, donations, or your engagement, you make it all possible. That's because at Envision, they don't focus on the disability. They value the ability. They choose not to envision a world without sight, but to envision a world where people who are blind or visually impaired are empowered to reach their full potential. Learn more at envisionus.com.
This Thanksgiving morning, before the turkey and pumpkin pie, join us for a tradition that gives back. Grace Med's Say Grace 5K race.
Thank you.
Walk, jog, or run with friends and family through Midtown Wichita, all while supporting Grace Med Health Clinic, bringing affordable care to those who need it most. Register today for the Say Grace Thanksgiving Day 5K presented by Strive Bank and ESPN Wichita. Visit saygracerace.com.
Black Friday savings are here at the Home Depot, which means it's time to add new cordless power to your collection. Right now, when you buy a select battery kit from one of our top brands like Ryobi or Milwaukee, you'll get a select tool from that same brand for free. Click into one of our best deals of the season and stock up on tools for all your upcoming projects. Get Black Friday savings happening now at the Home Depot. Limit 1 per transaction. Exclusions apply. Full eligible tool list in-store and online.
Wichita's new sports leader, ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
Yeah, listen, I've got a good locker room there, so rest up and they'll come back strong. So, that's what we do.
We got to be more consistent as a team. I got to be more consistent as a quarterback. Got to learn from it fast. And just be an uphill battle when we get back. But I think our guys are up to it.
Wichita's home for Chiefs coverage. ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
Happy birthday, Sandra Denton of Salt and Pepper. Let's push it from back in the day. Welcome back. Wichita State on Saturday on the hardwood improved to 2-0 on the season. They beat Prairie View A&M 105-62. Shockers had 6 players in double figures, nearly a seventh, and one of them made his second career start after having to wait all of last year, rehabbing from an injury. He's a hometown kid from Heights High School. TJ Williams joins us on the line. TJ, congratulations on a great game. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you. I'm really good.
14 points, 11 rebounds, and 5 assists. That's how good you were on Saturday. And it was a game that you looked really, really comfortable. So walk us through maybe the flow of the game and what made you so successful in that game Saturday night. What was working for you?
Yeah, just getting that confidence. Obviously, the first game being my first game, just getting the jitters out, just getting real comfortable with the dynamic of the game and how the game is really played. So I just really got a little bit more comfortable and just started back to just playing basketball the way I know how.
You know, most of the time, TJ, when a forward or bigger guy gets a rebound, initially, at least in people's minds, everybody's screaming, get it to a guard. But you don't necessarily need to do that. There were a couple of times against Prairie View A&M that you got the rebound, took it up court, initiated the offense. You had a high screen and roll with Will Berg on one particular play that led to a back cut and a shocker layup. Is that something that Coach Mills gives you the freedom to do? Obviously, he didn't stop you from doing those things. You didn't necessarily have to get it to Kenyon Giles or Dre Kendall. Is that a function of the offense? Is that intentional?
Yeah, that's definitely intentional. Just for put out 4 guys that can go out there and play, make off the dribble. Coach obviously recruited me out of high school, so he seen what I could do in high school, which being I played point guard at Heights, so he knows that my ability to play and bring the ball up. So, you know, it's just second nature when I get the rebound, and I just outlet on the guys believe in my ability also. That's why you don't come and crowd me whenever I get rebounds. Everybody just kind of gets wide, and we just all just run the fluidity of the game.
And in theory, that's going to make it tough to press you guys, right? Because Prairie View A&M tried to do that, and it worked for a little bit, but eventually you guys worked the kinks out. And you know, overplaying guys like Kenyon Giles and Dre Kendall, here come you to the rescue if you're in the game, right? You're plenty comfortable handling the ball.
Yeah, I'm just a really good release point for those guys when they're getting pressured and face guarded. They just extend the defense out and just allow me to create.
Talking to TJ Williams, who's one of 6 shockers in double figures on Saturday, 14 points, 11 rebounds, got a double-double. Also handed out 5 assists, had 2 steals, and did all that in only 20 minutes. It had to feel, TJ, last year like an eternity, going through the entire year where you were unable to play. It was determined that you're going to redshirt, take the year off, get fully healed. How long did that year take in your mind? Was that maddening?
It definitely was. It took forever, but like I've been saying recently, a lot of people think that was my first big injury, but that was my 3rd knee surgery. So I was kind of already used to the process, knowing what was going to happen. It was tough for me to do that, especially coming out of high school, ready to play collegiate basketball and then having to sit down. But it was a process that, you know, I was willing to take, and we put our hard hats on and we just enjoyed our journey.
Talking to TJ Williams, one thing that Coach Mills has raved about when it comes to you, and when you were injured, he said that you were really engaged, even though you knew you weren't going to get to play in the walkthroughs and things like that. So there was plenty of question and answers, and maybe something, TJ, that you knew was going to prepare you for right here, right now, when you were available to play. Is that accurate?
Oh, yes, for sure. For sure. I was just soaking everything up like a sponge last year and really not being able to be out there with the guys. So just on that sideline, learning the continuity of the offense, some vocabulary that Coach Mills uses. You know, obviously being a freshman, I knew to a lot of things. So just everything that we were saying last year was new to me. So I just was on the sideline taking notes and jotting things down other than, you know, grieving about my injury. And I just looked in the positive side of it.
Lots and lots of new guys this year. You and Henry and Joy are really the only holdovers from a year ago. Do we in the media or Shocker fans make too big a deal on the chemistry on the court or getting to know these guys or playing together? Is that overblown, or is that a real thing? It's hard to get chemistry with brand new guys. Which side of the fence are you on here?
I think I'm on the side of it. It's kind of pretty easy, in my opinion, just because we're all here to do the same thing. You know, we're all here to play basketball. We're all here to do something that we love, and we're all boys at the end of the day. So when you just start to learn each other during the summer, you start to do things like guys want to go out to eat, or, you know what I'm saying, we all hang out. You just get to know each other, and we just become friends. Like, you know, we kind of friends by default, but you just become friends, and these are lifelong relationships that you're just going to have. And we all really enjoy each other, and it's not too much of a hassle because nobody comes in big headed or anything. Everybody comes in pretty leveled and trying to learn each other. So that's why I really appreciate this team.
Shockers win 105-62 on Saturday. Loyola of Chicago will come in on Thursday, the old Missouri Valley Conference foe, for a game that Wichita State will be trying to get to 3-0 there. I want to take you back, TJ, if you don't mind, to the Drake scrimmage. Coach Mills was pretty vocal, and he was pretty pointed in his criticism of you. What did you take from that Drake scrimmage? What have you improved on? And have you put that in the rearview mirror, whatever Coach Mills was upset at?
Oh, yeah, for sure. During that Drake scrimmage, I wasn't really doing what I was supposed to be doing, not too aggressive, really just, in my mind, that was my first college anything. So, against other defense or anything. So I wouldn't say too much nervous, but I just really, in my head was like, wow, like we're really here. Mm-hmm. So just going into film and him getting on me about certain things that he knows that I'm capable of doing, and he pushes me to do that. So I took that week of film and just grinded it out all in the gym. And then in that Santa Clara scrimmage, I really put it all out on display, and we got everything fixed.
So November 4th rolls around, the UNC Asheville game, the game for real. It's one thing to play a couple of scrimmages, but the lights are on, fans are in the stands, and this one counts. Take us through that day. When did you know you were starting? Obviously, Jarrett is still hurt, and so maybe that kind of cracked the door for you to actually get in the starting lineup. But regardless, take us through that day. When were you told you were going to be starting, and how did that feel when you actually got introduced and the lights were off?
Yeah, it started early that day. When we went to shoot around, we were in there for about an hour, and then we watched a little film after. And Coach had he had said, "Yeah, we're gonna go with these starters." And then it's funny because he named 4 people. Then he kind of like paused. And I was like, "Oh man, who's gonna be that 4th person?" And then he named me, and I was like, "Oh, okay, let's go." So after just telling the family to get there early enough to watch warm-ups and watch the introductions because I would be starting tonight, and everybody was excited for me, and I was really joyful as well.
So about how many friends and family? How many were there?
Oh, it was a good 40 to 50 people there for sure.
That's awesome. Talking to TJ Williams, he also in his second start had a career night, 14 points, 11 rebounds. And how about 10 out of 10 free throws? If you recall, what kind of a free throw shooter were you at Heights High School? Were you talking about 75, 80%? Because you were perfect the other night.
Yeah, I've always been able to shoot free throws. So for me to just go up to the line confident and knock it down, especially getting the free throws early, getting that rhythm for seeing the ball go through the rim. And I had to get back for the UNC Asheville game because I shot 1 free throw and missed that. So I was 0% from the free throw line going into that second game, so I had to make sure I upped my game up.
Speaking of high school, you not unlike a lot of players coming out of high school, won a lot of games at high school at Heights, and you played for a legendary coach in Joe Auer. I know you won at least one state title. Was it just one, or did you win more than that?
No, just one.
Okay, so it says in your bio you average obviously nearly 17 points, 7 rebounds, 4 assists, point guard stuff, like you said, and 66-9 in high school in that 2022 state title in 6A. What was it like playing for Joe Auer? He's a legend here in town. What was it like?
It was great. It was great going in to play for good old Coach Joe Auer. I had first went into it with an open mind. Everybody in Wichita was telling me a whole lot of different things about him. And then when you go play for him, you just find out the truth is he's going to get on you. But you know what I'm saying? If you want to make it to the next level in basketball, you'll get through it and just see what his bigger picture is and purpose is. And for me to go there and he seen my height and frame and not going to put me on the block, he seen my point guard abilities and he wrote the ball to me as a freshman and gave me the keys. And, I just drove the ship from there. So it was really enjoyable experience with Coach Auer.
How much of it is a 2-part question? How much of the history of Heights basketball did Coach Auer kind of pound into you guys' heads? Because he's used to winning a lot.
Oh, yeah. He definitely used to win a lot. But he wasn't the coach that was going to harp on his past and, kind of not really so much brag to us about the players that he had. But, we all knew in the back of our mind, he's seen what winning looks like and what it takes to win. So whatever he said, we kind of all just weren't like, oh, man, he's on us today. But we were like, okay, he knows what it looks like. We'll follow the leader and try to make sure that we get the same thing out of it.
TJ Williams joining. He had 14 points and 11 rebounds in the Shockers' most recent win over Prairie View A&M. There were a couple of other big schools besides Wichita State that came calling on you, TJ, out of high school. How close maybe were you to ever going to somewhere else besides Wichita State? Were you?
It was not close. It was not close. Soon as I got that offer from the coaching staff with Isaac Brown, I was really all in. Then, things happened, and then Coach Mills came along, and then he got the job, and maybe not even a month later, he called me up and was like, hey, this is still here. We want you. They were pushing for me and this, and that, and the third. And I was just telling Coach, like, hey, I'm from here. I'm all in. And we're here now.
Well, we're glad to have you, TJ. Congratulations on a great game number 2. We look forward to seeing you on Thursday against Loyola. Thank you so much for the time.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, there he goes. TJ Williams, one of 6 Shockers in double figures, along with Wilberg, Drake Kendall. They both had 15 points. Michael Gray Jr. had 13 points on 3 3-pointers. Kenyon Giles had 15 points. They all came in the first half. He made 5 threes in the first half and really didn't have to do anything in the second half. Basically turned it over to Drake Kendall to run the show in the second half. And Kendall, all he did was go 6 of 6 from the floor, made 3 free throws, 15 points, couple of assists as well. The Shockers had 15 assists on their 32 makes, which included 10 3-pointers. Karan Boyd, another solid game. He backed up a double-double against UNC Asheville with 12 points and a couple of 3-pointers, 2 assists, 1 block for Karan Boyd. So it was a very complete, balanced effort, but they are going to need more of the production that they had against Prairie View A&M against Loyola Chicago coming up on Thursday, because Loyola almost beat North Texas. That was an interesting game yesterday. They played UNT in Chicago. It wasn't a home game per se for Loyola. It was a neutral floor, but UNT needed a buzzer beater to beat Loyola at the end. Loyola trailed by 14 points at halftime. Then it went on a 9-0 run coming out of the chute in the second half. It was back and forth all the rest of the way. And eventually, Loyola lost on a buzzer beater, jumper by North Texas. And the final score was 64-62 in that one. But that's what's coming up next for Loyola Chicago, or for Wichita State. Loyola comes in. Wichita State has won 11 straight in the series, dating back to the 80s. And, of course, all of those were when Loyola was in the Valley. And Wichita State then moved on. Loyola has now gone on to the A-10. But should be a much better game, should be a hotly contested game compared to the Prairie View A&M game. And then Wichita State will head out on the road. They will head to Boise for their first road game next week against Boise State. Wichita State 105-62 winners over Prairie View A&M. The last time that they had gotten to 100 was 4 years ago against the same Prairie View A&M squad. Back in 2021, they scored 102, and they got 105 on Saturday night. All right. Thanks to TJ Williams for joining us, the Wichita kid who had a double-double in the game against Prairie View A&M. After the opener, in case you missed it, 6 points on 3 of 8 shooting in a little over 20 minutes in his first start of his career against UNC Asheville. All right, when we come back, we need to take a look at our Twitter question and talk about a guy that is pretty polarizing when it comes to play-by-play. He is Gus Johnson, and he had a memorable call, to be sure, in that game between Indiana and Penn State, that unbelievable circus catch in the back of the end zone by Indiana to pull one out of the fire. But before we get there, we need to remind you that the running man is coming out in theaters soon, and ESPN Wichita wants you to be the first to witness it. Join Wichita's sports leader at Boulevard Theaters at Old Town on Thursday, this upcoming Thursday. Showtime's at 7:30 for a night filled with giveaways, big screen, and fun. If you want to go, text the word running to 316-247-0923 for your chance to win a pair of tickets. That's running 316-247-0923. We're now week of, so you got an opportunity to kind of look at your calendar and see if you're busy on Thursday night. And if you're not, and you want to watch, this is the place to watch a movie, Boulevard Theaters at Old Town. It's awesome. It's a gigantic room screen, and will be a private screening before the rest of the country sees it. So text the word running to 316-247-0923. Join us for the Running Man on Thursday at 7:30 at Boulevard Theaters at Old Town. When we come back, Twitter, that's next.
The Shane Dennis Show will be right back on ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
In business, just like in sports, the best defense wins games. That's where Conradi Insurance comes in, delivering elite risk management and employee benefits to companies across the greater Wichita area. As the largest family-owned independent insurance agency in Wichita, we don't just talk the talk, we protect Kansas businesses like they're part of our team. Conradi Insurance, built for business, rooted in community, always playing to win. Visit ConradiInsurance.com to get in the game.
What do people with blindness or low vision need to live to the fullest? Just ask them. It's skill development, scientific breakthroughs, knowledge-based jobs, and the same opportunities as everyone else. When you give to Envision, whether it be your time, donations, or your engagement, you make it all possible. That's because at Envision, they don't focus on the disability. They value the ability. They choose not to envision a world without sight, but to envision a world where people who are blind or visually impaired are empowered to reach their full potential. Learn more at envisionus.com.
Sports fans know the best games deserve the best food, and nothing beats Booth Creek Wagyu, raised right here in Kansas. Whether it's burgers on the grill, steak night at home, or tailgating before the big game, Booth Creek Wagyu brings you premium flavor, unmatched tenderness, and a true farm-to-table experience. Stop by their location at 21st and Webb and taste the difference for yourself. Booth Creek Wagyu, changing the way America eats beef. Visit boothcreekwagyu.com to order today.
When storms hit, you need more than just a roofer. You need the biggest and most reliable name in the Midwest, Shamrock Roofing. Shamrock Roofing has grown into the largest roofing company in the region, with local crews right here to serve you. For nearly 50 years, we've proven our strength, our size,
you got
and our
that
promise to
YouTube
you
or
to be here
whatever
for
awful
every
announcing,
repair
whatever
and
of
roof
Gus in
replacement.
that last play.
And every roof is backed by our lifetime craftsmanship warranty. One call does it all. Visit shamrockroofer.com.
You mean the touchdown?
Yeah.
Hey, Shocker fans!
Yeah, you know what I meant.
Wichita State men's basketball season tickets for the upcoming season are available now at the lowest price in 15 years. For as low as $400, you can become a season ticket holder and experience the excitement of Charles Koch Arena for all 17 games this season. Now is the time to lock in your seats. Visit GoShockers.com/tickets or call 316-978-FANS. That's GoShockers.com/tickets or 316-978-FANS. Go Shockers!
Hey, ESPN Wichita listeners, we hope you'll take a moment this Veterans Day to honor our military veterans who served or are continuing to serve our great country. We all appreciate our freedom, so thank those that keep this nation great. From all of us at ESPN Wichita, thank you, veterans.
We all know someone who served in the military, so please join us at ESPN Wichita in thanking them for their sacrifice. And for those still serving overseas, we patiently wait for their safe arrival back home. Thank you, veterans, for all you've done and all those currently continuing to protect us. It's Nick Lachey's birthday today. It's 12:51, time for the Rivet Computers Twitter question. It's a bit of a polarizing one, semi, kind of, sort of. We'll get to that in a second. But The question today brought to you by Rivet Computers. If you got a cracked screen, dead battery, not charging, whatever your problem with your phone, Rivet Computers has you covered. They've been Wichita's go-to for fast, affordable phone repairs for over 20 years. Most fixes are done same day, and walk-ins are always welcome. So don't wait days or spend a fortune either. Hop into Rivet Computers. Get your phone back up and running today. Well, if you like college football, you no doubt, and you watch the game of the week, whatever it is, on Fox, you're going to get Gus Johnson and Joel Klatt as the play-by-play and analyst. And the game on Saturday that they had was in Happy Valley between Indiana and Penn State. Of course, Indiana, basically a shoe-in for the college football playoff. Let's say collapse down the stretch or Mendoza gets hurt. But it was a game that looked like was going to be business as usual for Indiana and same old for Penn State, who'd come in on a losing streak. They still haven't won since James Franklin was replaced as a head coach, and looked like, I think it was at least 20-7. I know it was 17-7. I think it might've been 20-7 at one point. Indiana was ahead, and this was in Happy Valley. So it wasn't really appointment TV because it looked like that Indiana was going to salt it away, and that'd be that. Well, Penn State had other plans, and they eventually took the lead and pressed Indiana into having to go the length of the field to try to stay unbeaten. It was 24-20, and Indiana got the ball at their own 20, I believe it was. It was a punt that Indiana forced, and it was a touchback. And then on the first play of the drive, Mendoza got sacked. So it was actually 2nd and 17 at the, what would that be, 13-yard line, still having to go length of the field to win the game. Well, if you know Gus Johnson, you know he's going to take over on that particular drive. And that is okay with some and not necessarily okay with others. Basically, he turns that, and kind of bear with me here. Instead of this, and I'm giving myself away here a little bit and being critical of Gus, but instead of letting the picture tell most of the story, Gus gets a little wordy and kind of treats it like it's a radio broadcast. Radio, we can't see it. So we do need to know that, here's a formation, et cetera, et cetera. And Gus gets carried away. And on every single play of that drive, Johnson was really vocal and really wordy, although here and there, and I love Joel Klatt as an analyst. I think you learn stuff from him, and I think he's got really good energy, and he rises to the occasion of a big game or a big call. Klatt's great, and some would argue that Gus Johnson's great too. But so as Indiana gets further and further down the field, they are knocking on the doorstep of a potential go-ahead score. And bless Penn State's heart, they did seemingly everything right defensively on the last couple of plays of the game, but Indiana just made the one really great catch on the sideline, and Omar Cooper in the back of the end zone made a catch that at least one. It looked initially like both of his feet got down on the very, very, very back line of the end zone, but I think only one got down. But you only need one in college. And after getting the possession with 1:51 left to go, after being sacked on first down, Mendoza had completions of 22, 12, 29, 17, and then the one to Cooper on the back line of the end zone. The Twitter question is in response to Gus Johnson's call on that touchdown, which is what we're going to hear here in a second. But the Twitter question says simply, what do you football fans think of Gus Johnson? Makes my ears bleed. I love his passion / energy, or he's entertaining. Jack, where do you come out on that? Which one?
I mean, the part is for me is that I don't know if I want to judge him at this stage in his career. In his prime, well, I guess that's going off now. In his prime, man, he was one of the more fun announcers to watch because he nailed all those calls, and I thought painted the picture very well. But I'd also be naive in pointing out that, he just hasn't been on the top of his game anymore. So for now, for those answers, I'll say he's entertaining.
Okay. Well, in this game, probably wore his voice out. So I'll give him that. But the fact that he has such a fever pitch so often during the course of the game, when he really has to have it, things like this would tend to happen. Here's the touchdown pass at the end of the game, and here's Gus Johnson on the call on Fox.
Mendoza in trouble. It's out. Touchdown. Wow. Oh, my God. Unbelievable. Did he get his foot down?
And rolling in the touchdown is under review.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, no way. Oh, my goodness. Was the left foot the first one to touch? Oh, my goodness. It's a touchdown. Oh, my gosh.
I feel like if that was anybody else, they would be getting roasted for being so excited or so high pitched that you basically are losing your voice. But that's him. That's his shtick. That's his thing. He yells, and it's a sin that he gets away with and that he's been allowed to get away with. I tolerated him all the way up until Saturday. Let's hear the very first part of that again, if you don't mind, Jack, that then basically just cut it off after he said, oh my God, or whatever. It's a touchdown.
Mendoza in trouble. It's out. Touchdown. Wow. Oh, my God. Unbelievable.
Come on, man. That game and that moment deserves a better call than that, Gus. So thumbs down from this guy. He's entertaining, 44.7%. 31.7% of you say makes my ears bleed. And 23.7% say I love his passion / energy. And I guess in some ways, all three of those could be true. But, man, I gave Gus a pass on games that I listened to and watched when he was on the call, but I literally could not believe my ears as I was watching in real time. And I'm like, man, did I hear him completely trail off because he just lost it? Sure enough. And kind of in his defense, he's in a football stadium. It's got 103,000 people, but he's also got a headset on and he can hear himself. And some of that noise has drowned it out. So what do you guys think? You like him? 316-247-0923 at ESPN Wichita. What do you football fans think of Gus Johnson? All right. When we come back, we'll continue the college football talk. What's next in the Dylan Edwards saga? Apparently he's played his last down for K-State and he's going to go school hopping yet again. Who's next on his list and who would want the baggage? Talk a little K-State football coming up next.
Wichita's news sports leader, ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM, KKGQ, Newton.
Pay heed, all who enter.
A swat on one end, a poster on the other. What a sequence.
Join the Jayhawks all season on the hardwood.
You're back.
Okay.
From way downtown.
The legacy continues right here on your home for Kansas Jayhawk basketball.
Join us Tuesday night at 7 as Kansas takes on Texas A&M Corpus Christi on ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
For over 55 years and 2 generations, the Southwestern Remodeling Professionals have been providing homeowners in the Wichita area with a truly unique luxury remodeling experience. From the initial consultation through project design and production, our team provides concierge-style service with a true focus on the best quality products and professional installation. Are you ready to experience something truly different? Give us a call today at 263-1239 or visit southwesternremodeling.com.
As Wichita heads into cooler weather, it's the perfect time to put your logo on products people will actually use. Midwest Single Source has you covered with custom jackets, hoodies, mugs, caps, and promo gear, perfect for clients, employees, and events this fall. Whether you need a small order or a full run, we deliver fast, local, and with quality you can trust. Email sales@midwestsinglesource.com and let's get your brand ready for the season.
Caring for aging parents can feel like a second full-time job. Kansas PACE eases the burden by taking care of all your parents' medical needs, including dental, vision, and hearing. And Kansas PACE does the driving to appointments, even provides help at home with reliable home care aides. Their welcoming PACE centers add social activities and a safe place your parent will look forward to. While they receive expert, compassionate care, you can focus on your own family, work, and life without guilt. Kansas PACE is your partner in caregiving. See how they can help your family today at kansaspace.org.
Listen up, soccer fans. Visit Wichita is excited to bring the NJCAA Division II Men's and Women's Soccer National Championships to Wichita this November. Witness the best junior college teams from around the country compete November 16th through the 22nd at Shields Stryker Sports Complex. You'll see high-quality, fast-paced soccer that is fun for the whole family. For tickets, go to visitwichita.com/get-tickets. That's visitwichita.com/get-tickets.
Chiefs Kingdom, want to light up your fan cave? Bud Light and ESPN Wichita are teaming up to give away a Chiefs Bud Light neon sign for your football cave. Pay close attention to the Shane Dennis Show in the Pulse with Pat Strothman, and when you hear this sounder, text 316-247-0923 for your chance to win. It's brought to you by Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Kansas City Chiefs. Catch the best Chiefs coverage only on ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
Red Monday is brought to you by Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Bud Light is the official beer sponsor of the Kansas City Chiefs. Please drink responsibly.
Guitarist from Iron Maiden, Dennis Stratton, born on this day. It's 1:04. Jack is back. We welcome him back. And we welcome you back here at hour number 2. A reminder, a little bit later on, we got the Pulse with Chance Lebo in for Pat today. So it'll be Chance and the Chulse, as he likes to call it. Here on a Monday, we'll get his thoughts, of course, on KU, both on the hardwood and on the gridiron, and their heartbreaking loss against Arizona. The upcoming K-State game, I'm sure he'll have thoughts on that as they get ready to play Oklahoma State, but they'll do it without Dylan Edwards. It was revealed late last week. I forget the exact timeline, but in my mind's eye, it was after I was off the air on Friday, but his season is officially over, and apparently his career as a Wildcat is too. According to multiple sources, Dylan Edwards is expected to enter the transfer portal after the season, be taking a red shirt, which, through no fault of his own, that's kind of a ridiculous proposition that you could play that much and still red shirt, but those are the rules. But he'll be out for the remainder of the 2025 season after appearing in 4 games and dealing with various injuries. One coming on the very first game of the year against Iowa State. He went out of that game before taking a single offensive snap. It was a punt return that he was injured on. Didn't come back until week 3. And then he came back On September 12th, played 9 snaps. Then they got a bye week. And then he came back against UCF, and that was his best game of the year. He had 166 yards. And the K-State running game was just different when he was available. And no big surprise. Guy's a talented kid. But he played 29 snaps in week 6 and never returned to the field, leading to an eventual red shirt and reports that the injury was self-inflicted. But regardless, Edwards played 91 snaps this season with 34 carries and 3 receptions. Now, as most of you know by now, especially if you're around here, you know him because he's from around here. He started his career with Colorado, ran for 321 yards and a touchdown as a freshman. Colorado, first of all, they struggled to run the ball, but they weren't all that interested in running the ball, considering who they had on offense in that particular year. But he joined the Big 12 in 2024, and Edwards joined K-State. If you believe what you hear, Nebraska was hot and heavy after him when he left Colorado and was one of the finalists for his services before Edwards decided on K-State. Had 679 scrimmage yards, 7 touchdowns, sharing the backfield with DJ Giddens. And injuries in 2025 didn't allow him to duplicate the success on the ground. When he was out there, K-State's running game was good, but he wasn't out there. I'm talking about this year, but he wasn't out there very much. And before he came back against UCF, K-State averaged 108 yards rushing. After that, the number went up to 143 yards on the ground. And now they're going to have to do the rest of it this season, next couple of games without him. And they only have one running back recruit in the class of 2026. He's a 3-star from Texas. He's a 90th ranked player at that position, according to 247 Sports. Now, who's next, I guess, is a question. And my immediate reaction was, who would want to take a chance on him? What's he waiting for? What is he looking for? Because he was initially committed to Notre Dame. Then he went to Colorado. Then he went to Kansas State. And you thought, okay, he was boyhood friends with Avery Johnson. So this seems like it's a good a fit as any. And now he wants to redshirt and wants to leave. And that begs the question, who's next? Someone wants him. And I don't want to make it sound like he's damaged goods, but I think it's a fair question to ask, what was so wrong at K-State? What was so wrong at Colorado? I get that these young kids with freedom of movement, they change their minds more so than, us adults do. And when you're allowed to do that, then I'm sure they feel they want to take advantage of it. The freedom of movement and the NIL. And I'm not saying it's about the money. I don't really care. But whoever is going to be lobbying for his services next, and again, if you believe what you read or what was reported a couple of years ago, that Nebraska very well could be next. But how sold would you be if you're Nebraska that you'd be getting a fully bought in Dylan Edwards if he didn't pick you all those years ago? Now, that was just my initial reaction. And maybe I'm just being pessimistic or, glass half empty. But he was at his best, Edwards, in 2024 when he averaged 7.4 yards per carry. And then came the 2025 season. As for Matt Rule, the addition of Edwards would potentially give Nebraska an explosive threat on the ground, the likes of which they haven't had. They've also had to deal with an injury to their quarterback too. So there will be that question going into the offseason. But reports indicate that a connection with the Husker staff is already likely to set up I don't know, not a bidding war necessarily, but they would be in line for Edwards' services in helping out their backfield depth while at the same time diminishing K-State's. Did this surprise you, Jack? The news that came out on Friday that Edwards not only is going to take a red shirt and be done at the end of the season, be done for the rest of the season, that he's decided to go elsewhere again?
I mean, I wasn't expecting him to return this season due to the injury, but I guess when somebody really shows you who they are over previous stops, why should I act surprised anymore? I mean, this is a kid who was committed to Notre Dame, I believe, then decommitted, committed to Colorado, then transferred from Colorado to K-State, and now is going to enter the portal again. I mean, I shouldn't really have confidence. I'm not trying to get burned another time. I mean, it's the era of college athletics. I mean, Dylan Edwards is not the only one who's done this. He just falls into that line of players that aren't satisfied wherever they are. And you would have thought that coming back home, playing with Avery Johnson, being the starting running back was only going to make him kind of embrace the role that he never was able to sustain at Colorado or able to hold on to. And, you know, if he goes elsewhere, teams are going to take a chance on him based off his talent. I mean, he's an explosive, shifty running back, but you also got to worry about the baggage. And the baggage is that he may leave after 1 year.
That's what I was going to say. If you are the one that lands him, plan on somebody else in 2027. You know, start thinking about that already.
And I guess that just comes back to, how confident certain coaches are of, hey, we know you've been very disappointed at the previous stops you've been at, but if you really buy in here and you're getting starting reps, we feel we can be the perfect fit for you. I mean, there are so many players out there, whether it be football or basketball, that are on their 5th or 6th collegiate school. I mean, this will be number 3 for Dylan Edwards, 4 if you wanted to count the verbal commitment to Notre Dame. It's just what happens. But where I stand on it, could he have been a great running back at K-State? Absolutely. But clearly this year couldn't have gone any worse other than getting hurt on the very first play of the year and then never playing again. He did try to make it back a few times and just never could get going. So wherever he goes next, I'm sure that he's hoping it'll be his last stop. But when somebody bounces around as much as he does, I really don't have a reason to believe it will be his last stop. But for K-State, maybe you got to put your eggs in the basket of Joe Jackson, or maybe you have to go back out in the portal this coming off season and try to find that explosive running back that can mirror what Dylan Edwards was able to do for that K-State offense.
Yeah, that's a case where kid's on the move again. And where he lands next, we will keep our eyes peeled for that and let you know when he makes a decision. I'm not sure that is probably coming anytime soon, but it has been reported that he's played his last down for Kansas State. All right, coming up here in just a little while. First of all, let's let you know what you have to look forward to this week as we get closer to Feast Week in college basketball, and we get a little bit closer to Thanksgiving. We've got all kinds of play-by-play for you here on the channel. First, tomorrow, KU and A&M Corpus Christi with coverage starting at 5:30. Then on Wednesday, it's Hawk Talk at 6 o'clock. And, of course, Thursday for us in particular here at ESPN Wichita, that's our movie night. That's the premiere of The Running Man. And we remind you that if you want to go, text the word running, 316-247-0923 if you're free Thursday night, 7:30. And you want to be involved with us and see the sneak preview of The Running Man. That's Thursday night, 7:30 showtime. Then high school football playoffs continue. We'll have our high school football game of the week with Chance Lebo bringing the play-by-play on Friday at 6:30. And then KU basketball at 11:30 on Saturday. That's when the coverage starts. 11:30 on Saturday. So we got 2 KU basketball games this week, tomorrow and then on Saturday. And then after the KU game on Saturday, the Princeton game, we'll have Iowa USC football join in progress. So that'll be a pretty good one in the Big Ten after the KU basketball game. And then on Sunday, What Are the Chances with Chance Lebo from the Kansas Star Casino, followed by Green Bay and the Giants. That's coming up on Sunday. Speaking of the Giants, we alluded to this at the very, very beginning of the show when I told a joke about Brian Daboll. He has been fired after the Giants melted down in the fourth quarter against the Bears yesterday. The Giants have fired Brian Daboll, and they have replaced him, at least on an interim basis, with Mike Kafka, formerly of Chiefs fame, on their staff, former quarterback in college. It was the second time this season the Giants lost after leading by at least 10 points with under 4 minutes left. Became only the second team since the NFL merger to do that, joining the 2004 Seahawks. Assistant head coach and OC Mike Kafka, that's what he was. He'll serve as the Giants interim coach. He was a finalist for multiple head coaching jobs over the last couple of years, so it remains to be seen if Kafka will be able to hang on to that job and eventually eliminate the interim label. No other changes on the coaching staff are imminent, according to sources telling ESPN. Giants are 2-8, and they are 2-8 for the third straight year. And they're 11-33 since the start of the 2023 season. Brian Daboll out. Didn't help that Jackson Dart was concussed during the second half of that game. Russell Wilson came in and frankly didn't do much. And Caleb Williams did. For those of you waiting for the Caleb Williams kind of redemption tour, it's here. He played his butt off. He ran in the eventual touchdown on the ground by himself after he threw a touchdown to Rome Odunze that got him closer. But Giants have fired Brian Daboll, Mike Kafka in as the interim coach. And here in a couple of days, we'll hear from Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid as the Chiefs will get back at it and get set to travel to Denver. A really big game if you, as a Chiefs fan, have aspirations of winning the AFC West. You pretty much have to sweep Denver in order to put yourself in that spot. And the first Denver game is coming up on Sunday at 3:25, but it's a late window as the Chiefs come off their bye. So we'll hear from Patrick Mahomes. We'll hear from Andy Reid coming up on Wednesday, as we normally do during game week. So keep an ear open for that. When we return, Player of the Week. I thought mine was pretty easy. It's brought to you by Prochaska Howell Prochaska Law. For more than 38 years, their experienced team has helped fight for your rights regardless of legal status. You can give them a call, punch this into your phone, whenever you might need their services, 316-683-9080, or find them online at phpattorneys.com. Players of the Week coming your way next.
You're listening to The Shane Dennis Show on ESPN Wichita.
Hey, Shocker fans! Wichita State men's basketball season tickets for the upcoming season are available now at the lowest price in 15 years. For as low as $400, you can become a season ticket holder and experience the excitement of Charles Koch Arena for all 17 games this season. Now is the time to lock in your seats. Visit GoShockers.com/tickets or call 316-978-FANS. That's GoShockers.com/tickets or 316-978-FANS. Go Shockers!
When it comes to money, what matters most to you? It's not an easy question because your answer can change at a moment's notice. At Commerce Bank, we have 160 years of helping people ask themselves that question and providing financial solutions that are tailored to your ever-changing wants and needs. From setting short-term goals to planning for your future, if it matters to you, it matters to us. And together, we'll find the answers that matter. Commerce Bank. Challenge accepted. Member FDIC.
Wichita, it's time to gear up and save big. Join United Rentals for their used equipment sale Thursday, November 13th from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Head into United Rentals on West Kellogg and score great deals on quality used equipment and tools from lifts and loaders to generators and more. Whether you're building, fixing, or upgrading, this is your chance to buy trusted equipment at unbeatable prices. Thursday, November 13th, 8 to 4, United Rentals on West Kellogg. United Rentals, equipment, solutions, work united.
What do people with blindness or low vision need to live to the fullest? Just ask them. It's skill development, scientific breakthroughs, knowledge-based jobs, and the same opportunities as everyone else. When you give to Envision, whether it be your time, donations, or your engagement, you make it all possible. That's because at Envision, they don't focus on the disability. They value the ability. They choose not to envision a world without sight, but to envision a world where people who are blind or visually impaired are empowered to reach their full potential. Learn more at envisionus.com.
At Bank of America, we're proud that more than 20,000 veterans and people with military
You know what
backgrounds
Saturday was the
have joined
anniversary
our
of,
ranks
Jack?
since 2015. Now
What's that?
we're
Tom
committed
Dempsey's
to adding
63-yarder.
10,000 more over the next 5
I know.
years. By helping veterans achieve their career goals, we're moving from appreciation
Our
to
boy.
action. And together, helping expand economic opportunity across America. Visit bankofamerica.com/great place to work. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America. Proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
Wichita's new sports leader, ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
Yeah, listen, I've got a good locker room there, so rest up and they'll come back strong. So, that's what we do.
We got to be more consistent as a team. I got to be more consistent at quarterback. Got to run from it fast. And it's going to be an uphill battle when we get back, but I think our guys are up to it.
Wichita's home for Chiefs coverage. ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
Joe Bouchard from Blue Oyster Cult. His born day is today. Time for our PHP Law Players of the Week. This one, especially if you watch NFL football, this one sticks out like a sore thumb as far as I'm concerned. My PHP Law Player of the Week, Jonathan Taylor. I think the Colts running back. I think we now can officially put him in the MVP race. He has made it almost impossible not to notice him. They played the Falcons in Berlin on Sunday morning here local time. Jonathan Taylor ran for 244 yards and 3 touchdowns, including the overtime game winner, 31-25 over the Falcons. Caught 3 more passes for 42 more yards. So that's 286 total yards from scrimmage, including an 83-yard touchdown run. Seemingly, he rips off at least one of those every week. Did that with just over 6 minutes left in the fourth quarter. So 1 week after he only had 45 yards in his worst game of the year, he had one of his best of his career. Indianapolis is now 8-2, tied with the Broncos and the Patriots for the best record in the NFL. You could pick apart the resumes if you want and try to determine who's actually good of those 3 teams, just simply because they haven't been good in the recent past. That's a segment for another time. But it was Taylor's 4th outing this season with at least 3 rushing touchdowns. LaDainian Tomlinson holds the record with 5. Taylor has had 3, and he still has 7 games left. ESPN.com has got a really good article on whether he will break multiple single-season NFL records. Now, with the 1 extra game, that certainly is in anybody's favor trying to break an NFL record, because there was a time back in the day where they had 14 game seasons, then 16, and now 17. But Taylor's on a pace for 2,378 scrimmage yards, which would be the 4th most ever in a season, and within shouting distance of Chris Johnson, former ECU great, his record of 2,509. Taylor's on pace for 1,936 rushing yards, which would be 10th most all time. Eric Dickerson has the record, of course, of 2105, which is ridiculous because obviously Dickerson did that with one fewer game, but 2105 is the benchmark for professional running backs. He's also on pace to score 26 rushing touchdowns, which would be the fourth most all time. The record's 28. And he's on pace for 28 total touchdowns, which would tie for the second most and only be 3 behind Tomlinson's 31 total touchdowns. Man, Tomlinson and Dickerson back in the day, if you had them as fantasy running backs, probably winning. By the way, if you play fantasy football and you're going against Jonathan Taylor, I would love to hear your success story if you won that week playing against Jonathan Taylor, because it probably would have had to been last week when he had 45 yards. But anyway, this Colts offense will be fun to watch when they go into Arrowhead here in a couple of weeks. It's kind of a little sneak preview. Of course, the Chiefs have to take care of business at Mile High or whatever they're calling that place now to take on the Broncos that they really sputtered against the Raiders on Thursday Night Football a week ago. But two big ones back to back coming out of the Chiefs bye at Denver and then at home against these Colts, who piled up 31 more. It took them overtime, of course, but the Colts have been, they're 8-2, and Jonathan Taylor's been a beast. He's my PHP Law Player of the Week. Jack, you got one?
I guess I'll just give it to the North Carolina standout freshman, or I could give it to Henry Vasar, who was absolutely on fire against KU. I believe he only missed 1 or 2 shots, but to put up that type of performance in the second half, I don't care who you're playing against, that's going to win you a lot of basketball games. And I thought the way Carolina really controlled the pace of the game in the second half, the way they shot the deep ball and were able to run the pick and roll, it's what led them to pull away from Kansas. And once Kansas went cold, there was pretty much no stopping that attack of not just the standout freshman they had on that team, but Henry Vasar, the transfer out of Arizona. He'll be my beast of the week, or player of the week.
Yeah, 51% from the floor for North Carolina in that game. Obviously, we talked about this a little bit earlier, that's certainly got to change when it comes to KU basketball. They need to be able to get stops better in a better rate than they did in the second half against Carolina. But then again, Carolina was on a heater. Now, to take that a little bit further, though, they're going to have a couple of tune-up games, but then, as Jack said, they're going to be playing Duke on the 18th at 8:00, and then the week of Thanksgiving, they're going to play something like 3 or 4 games in a row. So somewhere along the line, especially against high-level competition, they're going to have to come up with big defensive stops. Now, that was just a 20-minute snapshot against North Carolina where they got torched a little bit. But there are going to be more games coming that are similar to that against teams that are similar to North Carolina. High-level basketball players, high-level shot makers that KU is going to have to deal with. And so, unfortunately, like I said, bad weekend for KU sports fans between the loss to North Carolina in basketball and then the football game against Arizona. If you're curious, North Carolina, Ken Palm, it's never too early to look at Ken Palm, right? North Carolina is 23 in Ken Palm ratings, just barely above Kansas, who is at 29. So those two are both in the same rent district when it comes to Ken Palm. Early going, I get it. Houston, by the way, is 2. If you want to look at the Big 12, Houston's 2, Arizona's 10, and Iowa State is 12, Texas Tech 14, BYU 16. So it'll be a gauntlet, as it normally is in Big 12 when it comes to basketball. Now, as far as Wichita State is concerned, let's rewind back to that before we get to Amo Jax Young. We talked to TJ Williams earlier in the first hour after Wichita State trounced Prairie View A&M. We appreciate TJ's time and efforts in joining us on the hotline in hour number 1. Wichita State, after 2 games, is 109 in the Ken Palm rankings. A handful of other American teams are in the top 100 or better, starting with UAB, They are 106. Now, these are going to be fluid, of course. You understand they've only played 2 games, but UAB is 106. So they're knocking on the door of the top 100 in Ken Palm. North Texas, the team that beat Loyola Chicago yesterday by 2, they are 82. And it seems like they always are. They're always hovering around in between 50 and 80 in Ken Palm, which more than respectable. And North Texas can, first of all, if you have forgotten or don't know, they can really guard. They muck it up. They play a slow pace. They, when they win, shoot a fairly high percentage and keep you from doing the same. But that Loyola game was a knockdown drag out when it comes to defensive performances for both teams. They were both in the low 30s percent-wise. So if you like defense, that was your game. If you like freewheeling, easy flowing offense, it was not your game. So we'll see what that does residually to Loyola when they come into the Roundhouse and play on Thursday. Other teams in the American that have gotten off to good starts in Ken Palm, there's really only one other one, and that's Memphis. They are 55, which, by the way, is 1 spot better than K-State, who lit it up again offensively over the weekend. They're now 2-0 on the season, as the offense was certainly not a problem when they played Bellarmine. It was 98-71. K-State with a points and assist double-double for PJ Haggerty, the multiple-time transfer that's now at K-State. But there's a way too early peek at Ken Palm when it comes to teams in the American. And not surprisingly, Big 12 teams, they're loaded for bear again. Got Kansas at 29, but a half dozen teams in the Big 12 are better than Kansas at number 29. So it's going to be one of those years again in college basketball when it comes to the Big 12 conference, with Houston and Iowa State and others battling it out, Arizona for supremacy in the Big 12. And it's just getting started, as we'll have to go another couple of weeks before we get into conference play. But again, KU got a couple of tune-ups, and then it gets tough. The week of the 17th, they'll take on Duke, and then the week of Thanksgiving, they'll play multiple games that week of Thanksgiving. That, by the way, will alter our broadcast schedule here, middays. I'll be on for a little bit on the Monday and Tuesday of Thanksgiving, and then TBA after that, because it'll depend on if they win or lose and who they play and when they play on Wednesday. And then, of course, you got Thanksgiving, and then they play again on Friday. So we'll keep you up to date on all that when it comes to what you can listen to after hours here on the channel and your home of KU Athletics, as KU basketball is right in the swing of things, and they will be back in action tomorrow with coverage starting at 5:30. All right, there you go. There's our PHP Law Players of the Week. Coming up here in just a little bit, we'll have I'm Old Jax Young, and we'll get you ready for the Chulse with Chance in for Pat today, as he'll be taking you through the 2 o'clock through the 4 o'clock hour. And then that'll lead you into the program with Seren from 4 to 6. Chance will have plenty of red hot sports takes coming your way at 2 o'clock. But first, I'm Old Jax Young, November 10. That's coming up next.
When storms hit, you need more than just a roofer. You need the biggest and most reliable name in the Midwest, Shamrock Roofing. Shamrock Roofing has grown into the largest roofing company in the region, with local crews right here to serve you. For nearly 50 years, we've proven our strength, our size, and our promise to you to be here for every repair and roof replacement. And every roof is backed by our lifetime craftsmanship warranty.
That's a big mystery.
One call does it all. Visit shamrockroofer.com.
Protect your playbook and your business with Red Axe Shredding. From paper to hard drives, they securely destroy it all. From home offices to large businesses, Red Axe offers secure on-site and off-site shredding you can trust. Fast, affordable, and 100% confidential. Call Red Axe Shredding today at 316-869-2215 or visit redaxe.co. Trust the pros. Shred with Red Axe.
Saving money at Menards. benefits. From smoke and carbon monoxide detectors to fire extinguishers and more. Kidde Home Safety products keep your family protected in case of emergencies. Did you know that your detectors need to be replaced every 5 to 10 years? Kidde detectors feature enhanced sensing technology that reduces false alarms and fast alerts for more time to get out safely. Visit us in-store or on menards.com and shop our great selection of Kidde safety products.
Save big money at Menards.
This football season, Boulevard Theaters at Old Town is your ultimate game day destination. Catch every big play on the big screen with booming surround sound, comfy seats, and zero distractions. Bring your KC crew, grab an ice-cold drink, and fuel up on fan-favorite food like pizza, wings, and more. It's a watch party you don't want to miss, and it's free every week. KC football on the big screen at Boulevard Theaters at Old Town, where football hits different.
What's up, Wichita? The leaves are turning and it's getting cooler, but we are still going strong at CBD American Shaman Wichita. Join me, Pat Strothman, at 21st in Rock in the Tallgrass Plaza. I'll be doing the Pulse from 2 to 4 on Wednesday. So if you need some relief from pain, anxiety, or just want to be less stressed this fall, swing by and see me at American Shaman Wichita on Wednesday. Come see why life is better with the feather on Wednesday with ESPN Wichita.
Rise when I gave the word. Now in the morning I sleep alone. Sweep the streets I used to own.
I'm old, Jack's young. Jack's back. Chance is here. Pulse coming up. Chance in for Pat today. Jack trying to throw one by me here.
You are sorry, you're not feeling good about this one? Not
I
confident?
should. I should. I feel like this is the equivalent, though, of Jack hiding in plain sight. Like, it's a popular song.
Oh, yeah.
But Shane might not know it, so I'm going to try to get it.
It's a great song, too. I really like this song.
Gosh, man. I need to put this on my playlist. On my mixtape.
Well, once you guess it and get it correctly, you'll be able to know
Right,
what to search.
right. Although I could search the song name. I could put that in there.
Yeah, that's true.
So this isn't the Chainsmokers. And this isn't. There's another bunch that sounds like these characters. Just out of curiosity, do you know who it is?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Wait. Hey, Jack, did the Chainsmokers and these guys ever collab with anything? Yep. Uh-huh. That was from a long time ago. That was like 10 years ago, I bet. Is this Coldplay?
Yep.
All right.
Viva La Vida.
So I'm trying to think of the other, not a spare group, but Chainsmokers and somebody else.
We can raise people up. We don't have to degrade people.
I know, you're right. Thank you. Thank you for being the voice of maturity.
For the first time ever on this
yes,
show.
No kidding. Bringing me out of the gutter. So, still can't think of the other group that I'm trying to think of, but not important. All right. Huge day today in birthdays. Starting with Jack, John Rahm, 31.
Golf.
Good.
Spaniard, right?
Also good.
Lefty.
Yes. No.
No?
Nope.
Thought he was.
Should have stopped while you were ahead.
Live.
Yes. Also true. Masters 2023.
Boy, you want to talk about he was I'm not gonna go off too much, but he was like
go for it.
Scotty before Scotty, but it was very short lived.
Yes, for that long.
No
yeah.
pun intended, it was very short lived.
Man. After 4 minutes, Chance is stealing the show.
Rafters.
Kendrick Perkins, 41.
Former Celtic and now analyst.
Correct.
Got a round of a standing ovation at that Thunder game I went to last year. I didn't know they loved him as much as they did.
Kendrick Perkins
Yeah.
did? No kidding.
Yeah.
Dante Stallworth, 45.
Football.
Anything else? Got a team for me?
I was wondering if you were going to do more of the awards, because usually we do awards for this, but he's a Patriot at one point.
Yeah, he was.
There.
Good. Saint. What do you mean awards? What are you talking about?
Anytime you say anything else for me, it's usually Heisman winner,
Oh,
or
no.
Pro Bowler, All-Star.
Yeah. Team is all I was looking for. Patriots, I'll accept. Good job. This one's a little trickier. Matt Sapicki, 48.
Baseball.
Very good. Former, I think at the time, Southwest Missouri State Bear. Now they're not called that, but that's where he went. Born in St. Louis. I'm impressed you got that one, Jack. Good job. Sean Green, 53.
Dodger.
Good. Anything else?
He was on the cover at one point of MLB The Show.
Take your word for that. 4 home runs in one game. He's in the 4 home run club. All-Star. Gold Glove. Blue Jay. Isaac Bruce, 53.
Football. Ram.
Yep. Former Memphis Tiger great, I believe. Butch Husky, 54.
It's got to be related to football.
I'm disappointed in you, Jack. Former Mets outfielder.
Was it spelled with an E or without an E?
At the end, EY.
Okay.
Jamie Dixon, 60.
TCU head coach. Former
right.
Pitt Panther head coach, too.
Former player at TCU. Born in Burbank, California.
Great hair.
Yes. Very jealous of Jamie Dixon's hair. Yep.
Kind of looks like Gavin Newsom. If you put them right next to each other, they'd look a lot alike.
Had the Alec Baldwin from back in the day.
Yeah.
Back before he got gray. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but he'd slick his hair back. Kenny Rogers, 61.
Where would the other Kenny Rogers be that's not the gambler? Football?
Hold on a minute. I'm not going to accept that.
What do you mean?
Because it's wrong. Okay. And I know you're smarter than that. There are 2 Kenny Rogers. Okay. One of them sings and the other one does this.
I guess if you're disappointed in me, I'll go baseball.
The pitcher, Jack, the guy that threw the perfect game for the Rangers and the guy that got in trouble with the cameraman. He knocked the camera out of his hand.
I don't remember that.
Oh, man. Yeah, the soft toss and lefty, but he threw a perfect game in 1994. Pitched for the Rangers and what else did he pitch for?
You know his nickname?
The Gambler.
Yeah.
I was going to say, was the song based on his life story? Was it a...
Absolutely was not. No. It's a great song, though. The other Kenny Rogers of roasted chicken fame, Seinfeld fame.
Kenny Rogers Jackass, my favorite comedic video of all time.
I haven't seen that one.
Oh my God.
I'll have to check that out.
Will Sasso
plays
Kenny Rogers, and they just basically do Jackass, but he is impersonating Kenny Rogers.
Kenny Rogers, the bearded country singer? That Kenny Rogers?
Yes.
Okay.
Man. The bat catcher trick with my teeth.
I am unaware of that. All right. Keith Lockhart, 61. Come on, Jack.
Baseball then?
Yeah, former Royal. Spare infielder. Mike McCarthy, 62.
Football?
Yep.
Trying to find the video.
Okay.
Oh, got it.
Holy cow, we got a lot of time.
Is it easy to play? And it was G-rated?
I can't play.
No.
Oh, no, I'm not able to play that.
Okay.
He's just going to sit over there.
Fair enough.
It wouldn't do it justice for just to hear the audio.
Right.
You have to see the video of it. So
Dan Hawkins, 65.
Is that the former Colorado Buffalo coach?
Go play intramurals, brother.
His son was the quarterback.
Are you not familiar with that, Chance?
No.
Oh, great rant.
Go play intramurals, bro.
Great rant.
This is Division I football.
There you go. Thank you. Did he say that at Colorado or Boise? Because he started.
It was Colorado.
Colorado, okay. Because he started at Boise State.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, at 4:01. Google that, Chance.
Okay.
On the best damn sports show, period.
Was that where that was?
I'm pretty sure.
Mm-hmm.
Such a great show.
It was. I can't believe that wasn't the around the horn of its time, a show that just would go on and on and on and on. Never go off. I don't know what happened there.
I mean, it's so much better than any talk show they got now.
It is.
It's amazing PTI survived this long.
See, I think their style though is the best
because it's different.
Because you don't, if you're somebody that loves football but you hate baseball and basketball, it's like, well, they spend a few minutes per segment on it. It's not like you get hours and hours of
the
stupidest debates you've ever heard of in your life.
And they don't yell at each other either.
Correct.
Both pretty mild mannered.
Yes.
They respect each other. They like each other.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody can be an analyst nowadays. There's really, I don't believe there is any sort of requirement to be an analyst.
It's all the information that's out there. You can just, everything's within a Google or a subscription to PFF away.
You qualify them as analysts? That's nice of you. All you have to do is argue and debate.
Figureheads, I guess you could say. Talking heads, maybe.
Yeah. Yeah, they're not analysts. All due respect to Wilbon and Kornheiser, but Jack Clark, 70.
When was the last? Why do I feel like we had Jack Clark on?
I'll tell you here in a minute after you guess him.
Okay, that's baseball.
Correct. I sent you a YouTube of him hitting a home run against the Dodgers.
There you go.
It was amazing. It was the longest trip around the bases you ever saw. That was before that was cool, too, by the way. That was in 85. How old were you in 1985, Chance?
I would have been negative 16.
Okay.
Been celebrating my negative quinceañera.
Jack Clark, former four-time All-Star, Giant, Cardinal, Yankee. Nicknamed Jack the Ripper.
That's what we got to call this Jack Johnson.
Jerry DiNardo, 73.
Football or baseball?
Yep.
Football then.
Yep. Former player and coach. Born on this day, no longer with us, Norm Cash. Died in 1986.
Baseball.
Yes. Yeah, former first baseman. Tiger. When do we need to talk about the Rule 5 and who we're going to protect, Jack? Here in a week or so? Maybe earlier?
Gosh, do they move up Rule 5? I thought the draft was always in December around the winter meetings.
No, it's in November now.
They moved it up?
Yep.
Okay. Well, there's also the deadline, too, as we were just...
The protection deadline, I feel like.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I was talking about. Yeah,
I mean, it's coming up, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Did we put the flowers on the casket that is Nick Prado's Royals career on this show?
No, we could bury
I'm
him.
not sure there was much of a career
Have
that
a
was laid to rest.
funeral pyre.
He's been in Kansas City once in the last 2 seasons, and it was in a pitching appearance, a blowout game.
How will you remember the Nick Prado
Royal
tenure?
pitcher?
Oh, breaking news.
Make sure you get it right this time. Hey,
This is
Schefter.
right. Marcus Timms,
What about him? He die?
hitting coach,
Oh.
hiring him.
Oh.
In addition to the guy from Milwaukee?
In addition to Connor Dawson.
Okay.
Lesky said there was going to be one more.
Mhm.
Yes, he did. Yeah.
He was most recently with the White Sox.
Marcus Timms, the former outfielder, Marcus Timms?
Mm-hmm.
All right. I'll tear that apart tomorrow.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm qualified to be, I that's the one
Me
thing
neither.
where it's like, I don't know, it's not like football coach where you can grade the hire, it's it's one of those things where it's like, we'll see.
You're going to have to ask people in the know.
Exactly.
Yep.
I have now, football, I really don't think I have anybody. I don't have Schefter or Rappaport. For Twitter, you can put on notifications so you'll never be wrong. You'll never jump the gun like I once did.
Because you'll get passing.
But for baseball, you get, this one was technically from Annie Rogers. So she broke that news.
Yeah.
Lesky technically broke the Connor Dawson news, though he didn't get credit for it, which is annoying.
It's sad.
Yeah. We'll credit him.
He got that. And then he did tease this one, though he didn't give the name.
I did see that.
So,
too,
yeah.
Look
So
at
the
us.
Royals hitting staff completely filled up now. 2 guys that were pretty prominent where they were at.
C+. I'm kidding.
Actually, I will grade it.
Oh, man.
Dying on this day, Hal Newhouser.
Oh, I wish it was another Hal. I'm assuming that's baseball.
Yeah. What other Hal? Oh, Hal McRae?
McRae.
This was dead day, so we don't want him dead.
Oh, I didn't hear that.
Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah. Yeah, no, definitely not.
Yeah.
When is Hal's birthday? Somebody look that up.
We need to know. I feel like it's come and gone, actually. Hal McRae. Date of birth, July 10. Yep. He's 80. Living in Florida. Also dying on this day, I will accept multiple answers. Chuck Connors.
Executive.
No. Try again.
Dang.
I won't count that against you.
Football.
Man, that was the only thing he didn't do. He was a basketball and a
Man.
baseball player. He was also an author and an actor. He was in The Rifleman, which means nothing to you guys, but now you know. The Rifleman, Chuck Connors. Chance, what's the spread going to be between K-State and Oklahoma State?
In football?
Yes.
I already know it. It's 20.5.
Okay. In Stillwater, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Where the shirtless pokes will be in full effect in the student section. See, they did that at the basketball games too. Don't look now, but Oklahoma State basketball.
Yeah, you've proclaimed them as back.
Capital W Wagon is what I'm proclaiming them as. They've looked good so far.
Okay. They were down for a minute. Way down.
Yeah, really bad.
For those of a certain age, you'll remember this one. Marvelous Marvin Hagler retains his world middleweight boxing title, the 15-round unanimous decision over Roberto Duran, Caesar's Palace. I wish you two whippersnappers were alive when boxing was a thing, because it was in the 80s, and it was fun. And actually, tennis was too. All due respect to tennis. Although I think tennis is probably more popular nowadays than boxing. But Those were the days. Here you go, Jack. Trivia. 1975, this team released Harmon Killebrew, ending his 22-year career. Who was it?
Twins.
Nope. That was the obvious guess. So I'm proud of you for that.
Oh, Roy's.
The Roy's did. Yeah. 1975. Out you go, youngster. Harmon Killebrew.
That's not your song. My bad.
Okay. That's fine. That is. All right. There you go. There's your Monday. Thank you all for listening. It was nice of you. Won't you make a date tomorrow at 12 o'clock? We'll do it all again. Give away some lottery tickets. We'll have a one parlay pick maybe. We'll have Jordan Foote, definitely. All that comes your way tomorrow here on the show. For Jack, welcome back, Jack. I'm Shane. Thank you all for listening. Stick around. The Pulse with Chance is coming up next.
KKGQ, Newton.
All right, Jack, you got the Terry that I sent you?
Yep,
I got all of it. Awesome. And then we'll do for 245, we'll have Wichita State audio. And if we have to skip over the hard out, that's perfectly fine. Okay. Thank you.
The legacy continues right here on your home for Kansas Jayhawk basketball.
Join us Tuesday night at 7 as Kansas takes on Texas A&M Corpus Christi on ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
You've got options for what you can do with your money. So asking the right banking and investing questions matters. But who you ask is just as important as what you ask. At Commerce Bank, we have 160 years of experience helping people like you get the most out of their money. No matter your questions, we have proven financial solutions and strategies that we can tailor to meet your needs. Working together, we'll find your answers. The only answers that matter. Commerce Bank. Challenge accepted. Member FDIC.
Hey, Shocker fans! Wichita State men's basketball season tickets for the upcoming season are available now at the lowest price in 15 years. For as low as $400, you can become a season ticket holder and experience the excitement of Charles Koch Arena for all 17 games this season. Now is the time to lock in your seats. Visit GoShockers.com/tickets or call 316-978-FANS. That's GoShockers.com/tickets or 316-978-FANS. Go Shockers!
Nachos! Yeah, get nachos!
Hey, I'll take some.
Great. And some Frank's Red Hot.
Oh, nah, I'm good.
Oh, you're just gonna eat these dry, plain, boring nachos with no Franks. Oh, seriously? Frank it up. Frank it up. Come on, lady. Frank it up. Frank it up. Frank it up. Yeah! Yeah, this guy finally gets it. Hey, look, we're on the Jumbotron.
It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat. Frank's Red Hot. I put that on everything.
Why choose AR Roofing? For over 30 years, they've been serving Wichita families with roofs built to last. While other companies come and go, AR Roofing is here to stay. Right off Kellogg and West Street. They're not just building stronger roofs. They're protecting safer homes and giving you peace of mind. AR Roofing. On your side today, tomorrow, and for decades to come. Check them out online at arroofing.com. AR Roofing, stronger roofs, safer homes, always here in Wichita.
The home of the Jayhawks, ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
Peterson launches a three. He hit it. Darren Peterson with another with ice water in his veins. He's got 21.
Jayhawk basketball is brought to you on ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM by Baxter & Associates, Four Seasons RV, Twin Peaks, Red Wing, and Southwestern Remodeling.
Rock Chalk Jayhawk.
This is SportsCenter.
I'm Christine Lisi. A coaching change made by the Giants off to a 2-8 start the third straight year. They've fired head coach Brian Daboll. New York won a playoff game his first season, but it's been downhill ever since. Assistant head coach and offensive coordinator Mike Kafka is the interim coach. Joe Shane remains the GM and will lead the search for a new coach. And there will be plenty of interest in that job, partly because of Jackson Dart, says ESPN NFL insider Adam Schefter.
Whoever coaches this team will be taking over a very attractive roster. It has
a young quarterback, though he has obviously had issues this year staying on the football field and with concussion protocols. They've got Malik Neighbors, Cam Scatterbo. There is a lot of talent on this roster.
Bengals quarterback Joe Burrow returned to practice today, opening the 21-day window to come off injured reserve. Burrow has been out recovering from surgery to repair a turf toe injury. Monday Night Football tonight, Packers, Eagles, 8 Eastern, ABC, and ESPN. NBA Magic point guard Jalen Suggs will not play tonight against the Trailblazers due to left knee injury management.
Hey, it's your resident Super Bowl champ Chris Candy coming up Tuesday. Drake May has the Pats rolling, but where will they land on my power rankings? Find out at 6:30 a.m. Eastern. It's unsportsmanlike weekday mornings at 6, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
You're listening to The Pulse with Pat Strothman on ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
Small town, big dreams, and a young boy the age of 15 had a premonition his city would get seen. Now I'm winning, get Sheen in the city of.
What's up, Wichita? Welcome in to a Monday edition of The Chulse on ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM. I'm not Pat Strothman. No, I'm Chance Lebo filling in for Pat today as he is on the road doing things. Well, I mean, he's up in the air, I believe, right now. But Pat will be back tomorrow. He'll be back on Wednesday. But I'm filling in today. Pat's all safe and sound. He's all good. Not sick or anything, just got some stuff going on right now. So he will not be with you today. I will be handling the show today. Pat will be back tomorrow. But back in the producer's chair today is Jack Johnson. We implore you and welcome you to listen to the show. ESPNWichita.com, the Listen Live tab, to listen to whatever's going on at the moment. If you want to listen to shows from the past, if you want to listen to old shows, a segment you might have missed on Shane's show, this show, my Red Friday show, you can do so on the podcast page, ESPNWichita.com. You can also listen on your smart speaker. Tell it to play KKGQ. The radio dial, you can set us as your preset number one favorite, 92.3 FM. We also have our very own app, ESPN Wichita app in your app store, Google Play Store. You can check us out on there. You can text us 316-247-0923. Let us know your thoughts on the weekend. That was a pretty quiet weekend when it comes to football because no K-State, no Chiefs. We'll have to talk about the KU game against Arizona. We'll get to that here in our first segment. We'll also hear about the Wichita State game that happened on Saturday. We'll hear from some of the players here in the first hour and much more. But you can text us 316-247-0923. And if you would like to call us, and you'll need this number because we've got some lottery tickets to give away here in a little bit. We'll give you the green light when you need to do that. But it's 316-669-4996. We'll give you that number. Or we'll give you the go ahead when you need to call in for lottery tickets. We'll be giving those away on the show today. And you can also follow us on social media at ESPN Wichita as we are streaming our shows live on YouTube, on Facebook, and on Twitter. All right, here's the show for today. It was a tough weekend for the Jayhawk fans as they had a tough showing on Friday night, a really fun first half in Chapel Hill, and then it all kind of fell apart against a high-flying North Carolina offensive attack. We'll talk about that as well as their loss in Tucson against Arizona. The Jayhawks now on the brink of bowl eligibility at 5-5, needing one more win in the final two games. The Jayhawks are now in a tough position, backs up against the wall for Lance Leipold and company. We'll talk about the decision that was in the fourth quarter that had all the fans talking and saying that Lance Leipold just might not be the answer. We'll talk about that and break down that game in our first segment. Then we'll go around the NFL. Some big stuff going on in the NFL this weekend. Obviously, the MVP race has been turned on its head. The two favorites in the MVP race this weekend did not play. Or on the other side, on Josh Allen's case, he might as well not have played. We'll talk about the NFL race, or the NFL MVP race, and much more coming up at 2:25. We'll also talk about the New York Giants as Brian Daboll has been fired too, as I predicted yesterday on my Sunday show down at the Sportsbook. And then we will get into our Beasts of the Week. We'll get into some Wichita State audio as my Beasts of the Week have to do with the Shockers, who are off to a 2-0 start. And then at 3:02, we'll take a look at the college football playoff picture because right now things are getting a little bit murky in the college football playoff waters because I'm not sure if you've taken a look, but the ACC is doing Pac-12 kind of things, and it keeps shooting itself in the foot. We'll talk about Is BYU a candidate to be an at-large team in the playoff? Which SEC teams are going to make the playoff? Who is going to be the number 2 seed in the playoff? We'll talk about that at 3:02. Then at 3:25, we'll get to Terry Harrison, head coach of the Friends Falcons. He drops by every week, and we always talk to him. We'll talk to him at 3:25 about the Friends Falcons' big win on Saturday against Sterling College. And then at the end of the show, we'll wrap it up with a Mount Rushmore Monday brought to you by Red Axe Shredding. All right, let's get into it. It was a tough weekend for the Jayhawks as we take our time now to cover all the angles, brought to you by Conradi Insurance Group. When life throws the unexpected your way, Conradi Insurance is there, covering all angles from home and auto to business and beyond. We've got you protected. Visit ConradiInsurance.com today. KU started their weekend with a big game on Friday night in Chapel Hill against North Carolina. The number 25 ranked Tar Heels, number 19 Jayhawks. It did not feel as if it were two, borderline top 25 teams meeting up. Those were two really good basketball teams. I watched a little bit of that game before I had to call the high school football game of the week. Didn't get the opportunity to watch the second half. When I stopped watching, it was halftime and KU had played really well. The two teams went back and forth in the first half. KU started to really make a run. 3 straight threes from freshman Bryson Tiller. They took a 35-25 lead with 3 minutes left in the first half. The lead was cut to 8, and they went to 37-29 at the break. But in the first 9 minutes of the second half, Carolina would go on a 29-14 run. Henry Visar scored 8 points to take a 60-51 lead, and the Tar Heels continued to climb as they led 75-60, and they would pull away with an 87-74 win over Kansas, a quad 1 win for the Tar Heels. And Kansas now falls to 1-1 as I don't know if I would say they struggled on the road. I felt like they played well in the second half. I mean, just from what I listened, I talked to Shane a little bit about the game. I texted him. We were talking about it a little bit because all of a sudden, North Carolina's up in the double figures in the second half after KU played so well in that first half. Just not a very good showing defensively in that second half for KU. Carolina would shoot it 67% from the floor, 24 of 36 in the second half, just 1 turnover. After shooting 3 of 15 from triples in the first half, they went 5 of 12 from 3 in the second half, just the 1 turnover. Carolina averaged 1.7 points per possession in the second half. For KU, I mean, the numbers are respectable other than the turnover numbers. They shot 48% in the second half, 6 of 11 from 3, 54% from distance. They had 8 turnovers and 1.1 points per possession. That's just not going to cut it for Kansas, especially when you consider the road environment that is the Dean Dome in Chapel Hill. I don't feel like KU played poorly. I don't feel like it was like last year's team where when they go on the road, they're an entirely different team. But when you have a ton of turnovers, Darren Peterson, 1-to-1 assist to turnover ratio, 3 assists, 3 turnovers. I felt like he played well outside of that. Trey White really didn't handle the basketball very well. Bryson Tiller hit 4 for 4 on threes, but also fouled out. So he wasn't on the floor very much on the defensive side of the ball. I felt like there were a lot of things, pros and cons to take away. I think that, as much as Kansas fans would hate to hear about it, maybe I feel like a guy like DeJuan Harris might be a little more suited to play with a guard like Darren Peterson, or a little bit more suited, because I think that he kind of was overwhelmed a little bit by the Carolina defense. And that's a very good Carolina team. I mean, I'm not going to sugarcoat it at all I'm not going to blow smoke up your you-know-what by saying, well, that North Carolina team is going to go and win a national championship or anything like that. But they're a good basketball team. Visar is, a 7-footer, coming over from Arizona, where he played very well last year. He's off to an exceptional start this year. Carolina doesn't have great guards, and they got a big blow when Seth Trimble was announced that he's going to be out for an extended period of time. But I mean, I'm not overly blown away from what Carolina has at the guard position. They've got a really good 1-2 punch down low, and Kansas just couldn't really stop him in that second half. I mean, Caleb Wilson was fantastic in this game, a guy that's going to be a lottery pick, a freak athlete. When you have those kind of guys on the inside, as well as Jaron Stevenson, who's not a bad rotational player on the inside. I mean, Carolina's not a bad team, but I feel like Kansas is definitely a better team. I was on KU. I actually bet the Jayhawks, but I'm going to be interested to see how KU responds to this. This is their last test for a while, I believe. They don't really have a big stretch of games. I mean, they have the game against Duke coming up. I believe that's next week. This week they have a couple of bye games against A&M-CC, Princeton, before they head to Madison Square Garden to face Duke, and then they really get underway in Feast Week with Notre Dame and Syracuse, and then more games coming up that week. The non-conference slate will get much tougher here very soon, as Kansas comes into this week against a couple of bye games before they hit the road for a couple of weeks before returning home against UConn. But, Jack, I didn't get to watch much of this game, and I'm not sure if you were able to as well. I know you were pretty busy on Friday. But, I mean, I don't think this is the same Kansas team that we saw last year that, really it was a night and day difference, home and road team. And I think that a lot of it was offensively. I don't think the issues were offensive for the Jayhawks. I think it was just the fact that they could not stop Caleb Wilson and Henry Visar inside against Carolina. Do you think that's more of a long-term concern, or do you think that's just a one-off here for the Jayhawks?
Well, I don't know how concerned anybody should be after a game on November 7th. I mean, it's so early on in the year, and you're probably not expecting your team to play the best. I mean, last year, as we pointed out and talked about on the Shane Dennis Show, that KU team beat Michigan State, North Carolina, and Duke in their first 7 games. And you would have thought, man, if they can do that now, just think about what they can do late in the season. But for this group, you are going to see some struggles early on just because they're so incredibly young, and you don't really have anybody in that starting 5 that has played in an environment like they saw on Friday night. Now, you still have to, put into the conversation here that this is the University of Kansas, right? People are not going to settle for mediocrity, and not a lot of people after these last 2 years are going to settle for a ton of struggles, where if they come out against Duke next week and get completely overwhelmed and overmatched in the way they were in the second half against Carolina, people are going to say, hey, that's just not what we expect here. This team still is talented. They've got multiple 5-stars out there. But just knowing, in the past of not just Kansas, but for most teams that start a couple of freshmen and play majority freshmen, they're not going to be incredibly great early on in the year. And I think that the positives you take away from this one, I thought they responded really well to that environment in the first half. I mean, it's Chapel Hill in the Dean Dome for crying out loud in the whiteout. That's going to be tough for anybody to go there and win, regardless if Carolina has its best team or not. Darren Peterson going up against one of the best defenders in the country, and Seth Trimble put up 22 points. Bryson Tiller, who was a 17-year-old reclassified guy last December, joined the team early. I mean, he's 4 for 4 from 3 and can really handle the ball well, and he's going to have to, get comfortable playing with his height at 6'11". You can't be hacking guys. You can't be falling for pump fakes. And that's what I thought he got exposed with going up against a very experienced and seasoned vet in Henry Visar. But yeah, the Carolina came ready to play. They were fired up in that second half. KU was not good enough defensively. But I still feel that the upside for this team is there. They can be very good, but they're going to need, some of these freshmen to grow up rather quickly. They get Duke, they get NC State, they get UConn, they get Missouri. There's going to be some really good tests for this team in the non-conference slate, and anybody overreacting and panicking after the second half in Chapel Hill, it probably stems more from the frustration the last 2 years of just not living up to those standards. This team, you're not hoping that they look incredibly good in November. Like, if that's the ceiling, that's unfortunate for your team. Last year's group, as the best they got was 7 games into the season, and they only got worse after that. For this team, yeah, you might go into Big 12 play with 3 or 4 losses under your belt, but it's good to test those freshmen in those environments early on, because as we've seen the last 2 years, it's not a good road team, and they're 0-1 now, and their next test will be in Raleigh, so not far from Chapel Hill, against Darian Williams and NC State coming up to close out non-conference play. So some good to take away from that. There was a lot of negative, though, on the defensive side of things, and I do believe this team will be good defensively, but thought they looked a little bit lost in the second half. When Darren Peterson's not out there, they are not a good offensive team, and somebody is going to have to emerge as that, one that can spare him a minute or two on the bench, or, if he needs 4 to 5 minutes, whether it be Melvin Council, Trey White, Cole Rosario, Bryson Tiller, those guys have to be the ones that say, give me the ball we're still going to be positive in the plus-minus categories while he's on the bench.
Yeah, and I think we were hoping that Marco Jackson would be that guy at some point this year. He didn't have a great game, and my biggest concern would be the fact they don't really have much size. I mean, they were really hoping that. I mean, I'm probably going to butcher his name, but Paul Mbaya, the guy they got from the Congo overseas 7-footer, I mean, a guy they kind of pried away from NC State, hasn't played much this season. I mean, Flory was their starting 5 in this game, and he's 6'9", and when you're playing a bunch of guys, Trey White's 6'7". Bryson Tiller has to come in. He's 6'10", but he's not really a guy that can defend the 5 position. So I think that they're going to be tested inside, and I think they're hoping that at some point either Mbaya can step into a bigger role under inside if he can grow into his frame a little bit more, or they're really going to have some issues defending the interior, because North Carolina kind of exposed that on Friday night as they win 87-74. If you got thoughts on KU and their game against North Carolina, shoot them in on the text line, 316-247-0923. This Band-Aid is going to be a little bit more difficult to rip off as the Jayhawks lose. I mean, you want to talk about another tough one, another tough game for the Jayhawks. They lose in Tucson. I mean, this felt like, I don't want to say a layup, but I felt like watching this football game that Kansas was the better team. I felt like they had played a very good football game, but once again, they just lay an egg in the fourth quarter. I mean, KU had a 17-7 lead in the first half. It felt like they were in control of the football game. Arizona, they just continued to pound the stone. They scored a touchdown late in the first half. They then tied the game in the third quarter. KU would tie the game on take the lead with the Lath Marjan field goal in the third quarter. And that kind of felt like KU was going to start pulling away because the defense had played phenomenally. These two teams traded 6 punts back and forth. I don't think Arizona's a great team defensively. They've obviously had some good showings this season, especially against my beloved Kansas State. But in this game, KU had so many opportunities to put this game to bed, quite literally. I mean, 6 straight punts between these two teams after KU took the lead. The defense was doing its job. It's kind of like K-State when they were playing Texas Tech, although not to that extent. I mean, the KU defense was doing its job against an offense that really is pretty mediocre in Arizona. And then KU gets the football back and a chance to seal it. They drive all the way down the field. They get to the Arizona 11-yard line on 4th down and 2 with 2:39 remaining. Arizona calls a timeout thinking that, they're either going to have the defense get a stop or they're going to force a field goal. And this is where Lance Leipold and his conservatism being in these situations. I mean, I think that we've made these jokes on the show about, Lance Leipold's never really going to be a guy that goes for it on 4th down. He's never going to be a guy that, goes for it on the plus side of the 40. But I think this was, it was the most personified version of Lance Leipold's shortcomings as a head coach with his decision making. Funny enough, earlier in the broadcast, they joked about Lath Marjan. He 14 straight field goals to start a career, a Kansas record. I believe it was the sideline reporter made the comment that set the record, and they joked that, well, I was hoping we didn't jinx him. Well, eventually they did jinx him because Marjan, tasked with putting this game to bed. I don't want to say putting it to bed because they still would have had to defend a touchdown, but they could have put this game to bed with a field goal pretty much from Lath Marjan, or they could even have put it to bed with a run on the play. But according to Lance Leipold, Jalen Daniels was taken off the field with an injury. The officials would not let him come back in the game. And I know there are some people on social media that were asking, wouldn't you be in a position since there was a timeout for the player to come back into play? And the rule is no. I actually been in that situation before as a backup quarterback where our quarterback got hurt. We took a timeout so he could come back in. The official said, no, he cannot come back in. It has to be a snap. It cannot be a timeout. It cannot be anything like that. So Jalen Daniels was not able to come back in the game. But the Jayhawks still decided to kick a field goal. And, we've seen this season they use Zeke Marshall in these packages, somewhat of a wildcat formation where they just kind of sweep him off to the outside. And if you're going to use that on just a regular old 1st down and 10, I don't see why you wouldn't trust him or Cole Ballard to run it on 4th down and 2. I mean, he's actually probably one of their most effective runners with the football in his hands, and they do not go to him in this situation. Instead, they kick a field goal. Lath Marjan misses it from 30. And then from there on, I know you want to be critical of Lance Leipold, but from there on, it's on DK McDonald and his defense. A defense that have been absolutely spectacular at this point. 5 sacks on Fafita, not giving up much in the passing game. The success rate passing the football for Arizona was minuscule, but the defense gave up 73 yards on 5 carries on a 2-minute drill. Like that's just unbelievable. Now, on the last play, the game that Quincy Craig takes to the house, it literally looked, and it might have been that case. I didn't listen to the Leipold presser because we were at Wichita State, but it very well, they might have said, let him score so we have enough time left to try our hand offensively, because there was pretty bad effort running the football or trying to defend that run from Quincy Craig. He scores it. Arizona takes the lead, and Kansas is down 4. Now, if you're letting him score there, that's a conversation of its own, because trying to tie, you want to hold Arizona to a field goal if they're going to play for it. But Daniels then lead KU to the Arizona 47-yard line. Hail Mary attempt goes way out of the end zone after a pretty stupid penalty on Daniel Highshaw. I mean, that guy's been in college for 7-8 years now. He should probably know not to get it unsportsmanlike on a 2-minute drill. But Jalen Daniels continues to struggle this last stretch of games. I mean, through his last 3 games, he's completing 54% of his passes for under 150 passing yards per game, 3 touchdowns, a pick, 2 rushing touchdowns, a pass rating of 108. And his first 4 Big 12 games, he was completing 68% of his throws for 268 yards per game, 9 passing touchdowns with no interceptions, and a 176 passer rating. And that includes games against Cincinnati and against Texas Tech. He's played K-State, Arizona, and Oklahoma State, and he's looked very, very plain. And now KU's back is up against the wall. They're going to be up against the wall going into Ames, and KU's had a lot of success against Iowa State in the past. Lance Leipold off a bye at Iowa State, so trends are pointing in that direction. But I don't know if they're going to beat Utah on Black Friday. KU's bowl chances are dwindling right now. They have a big game at Iowa State on next Saturday. But this was a game that KU absolutely should have had. They had every opportunity to win this game. Quite literally, this team had 6 opportunities to win this game. And by my numbers, KU is going to be a touchdown or more underdog heading into Ames, Iowa, who's the Iowa State. They're also coming off a bye, and they're coming off of actually a win against TCU that probably turned their season around a bit, where they're going to have some positive momentum heading down the stretch. But, man, this was just an embarrassing game for KU fans. This is one of those games that had people asking if Lance Leipold is the guy to take KU to the next level. You want to – I don't know if that's the conversation you need to have. Is he Bruce Weber, or is he a guy that you can kind of rely on that can continue to push you to the next level? But right now, KU, other than that 9-win season where Jason Bean and Andy Kotelnicki really put this team, this program on their backs. I mean, you're talking about Jalen Daniels, who throughout his career has quarterback teams that have gone 5-5, 5-7, 6-7, and 2-10. A legacy for a guy that is going to be remembered as, at the time was the savior of Kansas football. Right now, it's looking bleak for the Jayhawks, and right now it's in question whether they make a bowl. Jack was, I'm sure, other than the K-State game for reasons other than football, I'm sure that was probably the most frustrating loss of the season for Kansas fans.
Yeah, I'd imagine that the KU K-State game was the most frustrating part. And, for Jalen Daniels, that's, unfortunate that he didn't play well in that game, but he's probably, the 40th or 41st, reason why this team is fine 5-5. I mean, he's had a great season overall. I'm just not sure I can put too much blame at his feet. Do you need him to elevate the team in other ways? Sure, but I mean, he's got 21 touchdowns and 3 picks this year, over 2,000 passing yards, has been a bit of a threat as a runner. Could you want more? Sure. I mean, for what I evaluate Jalen Daniels as a quarterback, I don't view him as a Heisman candidate. I view him as a fine college quarterback. And this year, they've been let down by their defense. They've been let down by their coaching staff. And certainly the goal will be to get that 6th win, to get back to a bowl game. To me, I don't know. I mean, I'm just kind of indifferent on 6-6 seasons, 5-7, 7-5. Nobody really remembers them at the end of the day, even if you are a Kansas fan. I know that they've come a long way, and Jalen Daniels absolutely will be viewed as that quarterback who brought them back to relevancy. I know Jason Bean deserves some credit in that as well. But this team was, completely a barren wasteland for years, and they both came in and had some big-time wins and certainly kept them competitive. But now the question is going to be, is this who they are under Lance Leipold? I mean, It's one thing to expect to be in these games over and over and over again, but until you win some of those games, nobody's really going to take you seriously as a true championship level contender. I mean, the Big 12 is not that powerful of a conference. You can't really puff your chest out for 6-6 seasons. That's why going in these final 2 weeks, if KU does go 6-6, I mean, good for you, I guess. A year later, 2 years later, nobody remembers who wins the Liberty Bowl or the Independence Bowl. I know it's important for those players to get that extra game, to get those younger guys extra weeks of practice. But for where they are in, year 4, year 5, the Lance Leipold era, fans are expecting a bit more. They're expecting to be competing for a Big 12 championship late into the season. And if they lose these final 2 games, as they're expected to, as I expect them to, I'm not nervous or anxious whatsoever, because it's one thing to be, nervous and anxious. If back is against the wall, you're 9-1. You got to win these final 2 to get to Arlington. I mean, we're talking about, can they get a bid to the Liberty Bowl, basically. So I just don't know if that does much for me. If they lose to Iowa State and Utah, it'll pretty much be the theme of what's happened all year long. They lose the games they're supposed to lose. They win the games they're supposed to win. And that puts you at 5-7. And you'll definitely be left wanting more from this team. But as I said on Shane's show, if you were expecting to win that football game on Saturday, that's more on you. At no point did I think KU was going to be winning that football game. Hence why I wasn't that crushed when they did lose it. I mean, you've been in that position so many times before, where until they prove you otherwise, until they actually come through and pick up that first down, they get that turnover, there's no reason to think that it's going to happen. I always feel it's kind of weak to say, oh, well, we're the most cursed team in college football and stuff. But I do feel that Kansas fans have a gripe for, man, we're maybe the top 5 most unlucky football programs of all time. I mean, every tailor-made pick six is dropped. Every pick six that is made is called back for a penalty. Any short yardage ruling goes against you. Any unlucky thing that could happen is going to happen to you.
And unsportsmanlike conduct on the 2-minute drill drive, because Daniel Highshaw thought it was intercepted. I mean, literally, you're not wrong.
Yeah, I mean, and that's Highshaw's got to know better, but maybe they're also frustrated and pent up with anger that they weren't put out there to ice the game. I mean, I would have gone out there with Isaiah Marshall, not because, of the outcome. It's one thing. I feel I'd be an idiot to say, well, yeah, I would do that because the kick missed and they went down and scored. Hindsight's 20/20. It's easy as hell for me to make that decision. But even if they failed with Isaiah Marshall out there and they got stuffed or he fumbled the ball or something, I like the decision to go for it there. And it's a good moment for Isaiah Marshall, who will be this team's starting quarterback next year. And it's one thing to be protecting your undefeated season like Indiana was. If you get it, man, you feel good about getting out of Tucson with a win, and you had to put your backup quarterback in to win the football game. If you fail on that, I'm not sure anybody's complaining about you should have kicked it, because Arizona still would have had 2 minutes and 40 seconds to drive down the field and win that football game. So another gut-punching loss to me. I don't know. When the third loss of the season happened, these gut punches didn't get as bad because you're not viewing them as a championship level team anymore. They're out of the Big 12 title race, which no matter who you are, that's the goal.
Yeah.
That has to be the goal. Houston's 7-2. Cincinnati's made a run at it. Like, once you fall out of it, it's not that it's meaningless football the rest of the way. It's just your focus becomes on something else, which for now, Kansas fans, it's, can they win a 6th game? And I feel after Saturday, a lot of people are going, no, and they're not going to come close to getting that 6th game. But prove us wrong. Go out there, win in Ames, and beat the Cyclones for the 4th consecutive year. And if not then try to find a way to upset Utah on senior day to close out the year.
Yeah, I think that's my biggest frustration with Kansas. I mean, I'm not a KU fan, so I can't speak to this very much, but the plainness of the offense, it feels very vanilla. It doesn't feel like it's evolved very much. And I think that's why K-State had such a success against it, given that bye week to scout them up a little bit. I mean, Jalen Daniels' numbers in the last 3 games have taken a massive hit. You're seeing the same schemes over and over again. It's year 1 as play callers for Jim Zabrowski and I believe it's Matt Lubick, the co-offensive coordinator. First-year play callers, it's going to take an offseason to potentially evolve a little bit, and they're going to have a new toy to do it with as well, with Zeke Marshall at quarterback going forward. All right, that will do it for our first segment. When we come back, we'll move into the professional ranks. We'll throw it around the NFL. We'll take a look at some of the biggest results from yesterday and see where the Chiefs stack up against the AFC contenders. That's coming up next on The Pulse on ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
The heartbeat of Wichita sports fans. The Pulse on ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
Hey, AK, it's me, TK.
What's up, TK? It's me, AK, Andy from Andy's Frozen Custard. Travis, if you could tell people how to support your charity, what would you say?
Grab my 87 and running concrete at Andy's.
87 and Running is such a wonderful charity that we created a special treat just for the cause. It has the world's finest vanilla frozen custard, Oreos, cookie dough, caramel, and the best part, a portion of the proceeds from every one sold helps 87 and Running.
It's a cool way to support our vulnerable youth in Kansas City and beyond.
Today on Hey Culligan's Smart Home, Smarter Water Softener, here's Kevin.
Hey Culligan, can a smart water softener lift those heavy salt bags for me?
Kevin, it can.
Wait, it can?
Yep, the smart high-efficiency water softener from Culligan can alert your dealer when the salt needs to be replaced, and they'll do it for you, so your water stays soft and you stay away from lifting the bags.
I mean, I could lift them if I wanted.
No judgment here, Kevin. We're happy to do it, and we're already on the way. Let us help you out with the free in-home water test with the local Culligan water expert at Culligan.com.
I can't believe tax season is here already. Look at all this info I have to enter.
Phil's small accounting firm is growing in numbers.
Why didn't I take that typing class in high school?
A data entry specialist could really help him in a crunch.
I got blisters on my fingers.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
When storms hit, you need more than just a roofer. You need the biggest and most reliable name in the Midwest, Shamrock Roofing. Shamrock Roofing has grown into the largest roofing company in the region, with local crews right here to serve you. For nearly 50 years, we've proven our strength, our size, and our promise to you to be here for every repair and roof replacement. And every roof is backed by our lifetime craftsmanship warranty. One call does it all. Visit shamrockroofer.com.
Listen up, soccer fans. Visit Wichita is excited to bring the NJCAA Division II Men's and Women's Soccer National Championships to Wichita this November. Witness the best junior college teams from around the country compete November 16th through the 22nd at Shields Striker Sports Complex. You'll see high-quality, fast-paced soccer that is fun for the whole family. For tickets, go to visitwichita.com/get-tickets. That's visitwichita.com/get-tickets.
Wichita's new sports leader, ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
Yeah, listen, I've got a good locker room there, so rest up and they'll come back strong. So, that's what we do.
We got to be more consistent as a team. I got to be more consistent as a quarterback. Got to learn from it fast. And it's me an uphill battle when we get back, but I think our guys are real good.
Wichita's home for Chiefs coverage. ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
Welcome back to the Pulse here on Wichita's sports leader, ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM. Chance Lebo here alongside producer and contributor Jack Johnson. As we take a look now at what happened this week in the NFL, and we'll start at what happened yesterday morning. Our Colts corner coming a little bit earlier. Colts winning in overtime against the Falcons yesterday morning. In overtime, Jonathan Taylor might have put his stamp on, well, I think he's very clearly going to be the NFL Offensive Player of the Year, barring an injury or something very unforeseen. But when you go for what was a 286-yard, 3-touchdown performance with multiple go-ahead touchdowns late in the game, it's hard not to be the front runner for what is, I mean, he's been absolutely spectacular. I'm running out of words to really put into effect. If you haven't watched the Colts this season, and I don't blame you if you haven't, they played some pretty bad teams. Not many of their games have been competitive, but he is just on a different level than anybody else in the NFL. And to kind of personify that for you, to put it in perspective, the Indianapolis Colts have the number one scoring offense in the entire NFL with Daniel Jones at quarterback. And Jonathan Taylor is, I would imagine, 60% of the reason of that. Jonathan Taylor has this season a grand total of 4 different 3-touchdown games. He has in total this season 17 touchdowns. The NFL leader in MVP in the MVP race is Drake May. Drake May has 19 total touchdowns this season. Jonathan Taylor, a running back, has 17. The leader in passing touchdowns is Matt Stafford. He has 25. I mean, I cannot put into words how good Jonathan Taylor has been this season, literally putting the team on his back. 35 total touches. Daniel Jones was awful yesterday. The shine is starting to come off of him, but I was very impressed by just the effort that he showed. That 2-minute drill to tie the game in the fourth quarter. Jonathan Taylor doing it all on the ground. I mean, the Colts look like a legitimate contender in the AFC. I don't think they're as good as the Chiefs. I think they're as good, if not better, than the Bills. I think they're better than the Broncos. I would have the Colts as, power rating wise, I'd say the second best team in the AFC because of the fact they really haven't played anybody and they look bad at times. But I think that the game in Kansas City 2 weeks from now, a noon kick in KC, is going to be really fun. And it's going to be interesting to see how the Colts offense, the number one scoring offense in the country, or in the NFL. Daniel Jones leads the NFL in passing yards. Jonathan Taylor leads the NFL in rushing yards. That's going to be going up against the Chiefs defense in 2 weeks. And I'm going to be looking forward to seeing how that stacks up, how those two teams stack up. But it was a very underwhelming week in the NFL because of the fact the Chiefs didn't play, Cowboys didn't play. So a lot of NFL storylines that you're used to seeing on First Take and stuff, they're not there. But it was not shy on results. The Buffalo Bills, coming off of a Super Bowl win, a Week 10 win against the Chiefs last week, they go into Miami and they get absolutely skunked. Shut out through 3 quarters. Josh Allen does a lot of lipstick on a pig late in this football game as they fall against the Dolphins 30-13. Devon Achane rushes for 174 yards. The Bills, a terrible performance in Miami. Their hopes of being the AFC East champions are starting to fall. They are now 2-2 on the road, losing to a Dolphins team that could have potentially fired their head coach after this loss and would have already fired their general manager. And now you're starting to look at other performances in the NFL. The Jets pick up a big win despite trading pretty much everybody, despite only getting 54 passing yards from their quarterback, including only 12 passing yards before a 42-yard screen touchdown to Breece Hall before the game ends. The New York Jets had only 169 yards of total offense and won a football game against the Cleveland Browns. That was one of the worst football games I've ever heard about because God knows nobody watched it. Patriots win against the Bucs in a battle of contenders in the AFC and NFC. Patriots look really good right now, unbeaten on the road. Travion Henderson with Ramondre Stevenson on the bench had a big day, 2 touchdowns. Patriots look real right now, 8-2, currently the favorite betting-wise to be the number 1 seed in the AFC. I'm kind of holding it out a little bit. I don't think they're that good. I would still have the Colts better than them. I'd probably put them at 3rd, maybe 4th in the AFC. They've got to win against the Bills, but they've also played a very weak schedule. And they beat a Bucs team that's pretty beaten up. No Bucky Irving, still no Chris Godwin for the Bucs, and the Patriots handled them in what was a really fun ball game in Tampa. The Seahawks in the afternoon window, it was just a bloodbath. There were not very many games you could have turned on, and it was interesting. The Seahawks led in the second quarter against the Cardinals 35-0. They had 2 defensive touchdowns from I'm forgetting who it was. DeMarcus Lawrence had 2 defensive touchdowns. Sam Darnold threw just 12 passes for 178 yards. They ran for 198 yards in total. They put up 44 points on the Cardinals, and that game was over before the 2-minute warning hit. The Rams and Matt Stafford just absolutely scorch the 49ers. A game that was a bit close there at the end. And then the Lions handle the Commanders, and then last night the Chargers take down the Steelers. And if you look right now at the AFC West picture, it becomes a little bit harder to see the Chiefs winning the AFC West unless they really turn the heat up here in the next couple of weeks. A Chiefs team that is now 1-3 on the road, heading into Denver on Sunday, facing a Broncos team that is 8-2. They've already got a head-to-head loss against the Chargers. The Chargers will control the tiebreaker against the Chiefs. The Chargers also control the tiebreaker with the Broncos, who are a game ahead of them in the AFC West standings. The Chiefs do get a bit of a easier schedule, I'll say, in the second half of the season, but it becomes a little bit more difficult to see the Chiefs. The Broncos are 8-2. The Chiefs are going to have to finish 12-5, I would imagine, to win this division. 12-5 11-6, you're really having to rely on some other dominoes to fall. But the Chiefs still have games, 2 games against the Broncos, 1 game against the Colts. And they still have a road trip to Dallas that probably going to be a win, but you never know with the Cowboys whether they can turn it on or not. And they get 2 automatic wins coming up against the Raiders and the Titans at the end of the season. But this is a Chiefs team that is 5-4. They are currently 2.5 games back of the Broncos with a game coming up against them this week. If the Chiefs lose this game against the Broncos, their division hopes are relatively over. They're not going to go. I mean, you'd have to go undefeated the rest of the way and hope the Broncos kind of hit the eject button. But this game coming up this weekend with the Chiefs, it was already important before this week's results. Now the Chargers are 7-3. They're a game and a half ahead of the Chiefs. The Broncos are already 2.5 games ahead of the Chiefs. I don't think there is a non-zero possibility the Chiefs are 5-6 ahead of going into Thanksgiving. I don't think that'll be the case. When you look back at the Chiefs this season, they have not beaten very many teams that have their wins are a little bit less impressive. The Lions win is a great win for the Chiefs. It's going to go down as a really good win. But the Raiders and Commanders, not great. Ravens at the time were not great. Giants have already fired their head coach. Chiefs game coming up on Sunday is a big one. I don't know any other way to put it. I think it's about as must-win as it gets. Jack, how are you feeling about the Chiefs? What's the temperature on the Chiefs AFC West odds right now? Because right now, I believe they're plus 150 to be the AFC West champions. I'm not feeling very confident that they're going to be that, especially after seeing what the Chargers did last night against the Steelers.
Yeah, I mean, I feel you could still hold out hope. I mean, they're favored going into Mile High this weekend against the Broncos, and a Broncos team that, yes, is 8-2, but you know, list me off their signature wins so far. They've done a really good job at beating inferior teams, something they were not good at doing last year. Chargers, same thing. I mean, they went through a bit of a lull. The problem is for them, their offensive line is completely ravaged, and at some point when they play some better teams out there, have to go on the road, there's a chance that the door could open up for Kansas City, but it's got to start now. You can't lose in Mile High to the Broncos and then expect to win that division. You will be trying to fight for a wild card spot at that point, and you'd have to go and face the Colts right after the game in Mile High, a team that is already up to 8 wins on the season. So I feel for people out there, you'd be a bit foolish to write off the Chiefs and winning this division, because we know that matching up on paper, the Chiefs are better than the Broncos. They just are. Record-wise, they're not there, and I'm a firm believer in you are what your record says you are, because you had to go win those games, and you lost the games that you now have on your resume. But for the Chiefs, you know, I do feel it's a good spot for them going into Mile High, where maybe some people are, you know, calling them the underdogs for this spot. I don't know why you would. I mean, Vegas isn't even doing that. But if they find a way to win in Mile High against Denver, that door is absolutely wide open. And with another game remaining on the schedule against the Broncos at home, prime time at Arrowhead Stadium, you feel pretty good about that spot. But they got to start now, because they had 4 losses before the bye week. You could only really afford maybe 2 more, and that's stretching it if you are going to win this division. You'd have to have, you know, a 3-0 record against the Broncos and Chargers the rest of the way. And
you'd have to hope the Broncos also, well, you'd have to beat them and then hope that they, in the Broncos schedule, it's not like easy coming out of their bye week. Packers, Jags, Chiefs, Chargers to close their season is not going to be easy. But yeah, I think the Chiefs, I mean, Andy Reid talked about today in his media availability on the Zoom call that they need to have more of a sense of urgency. And it sounds like Josh Simmons is going to be at least back on the active roster. He didn't say whether he'll be starting on Sunday or not. But when you look at that Broncos pass rush, I'd like it a little bit more if Josh Simmons played, if I'm being quite honest. The Broncos pass rush it's legit. Nick Bonito is one of the Defensive Player of the Year candidates. They get a little bit of a helping hand in their favor when you see that Pat Surtain probably not going to play this weekend. But that Broncos pass rush is the best in the NFL. But I'm not as big of a fan. I've called him Mobile Mac Jones, and I'll stick by that. Bo Nix has had a regression as a 25-year-old sophomore in the NFL. It'll be a big matchup coming up on Sunday between the Chiefs and the Broncos. That one, a 2:30 kickoff between those two division rivals. All right, when we come back, we'll take a look at our Beasts of the Week from the past week, as we'll take a look at some shockers that impressed as they took a 2-0 start to their season. We'll get to that and more coming up next on The Pulse on ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
The heartbeat of Wichita sports fans. The Pulse on ESPN Wichita.
And do you want to do players and Mills or just one?
It'll just be
Like in
players.
sports, the best defense wins games. That's where Conradi Insurance comes in, delivering elite risk management and employee benefits to companies across the greater Wichita area. As the largest family-owned independent insurance agency in Wichita, we don't just talk the talk, we protect Kansas businesses like they're part of our team. Conradi Insurance, built for business, rooted in community, always playing to win. Visit ConradiInsurance.com to get in the game.
Dirty exterior? Don't scrub it. Wet it and forget it. Wet and Forget, the easy outdoor cleaner. Wet and Forget works over time with Mother Nature to eliminate unsightly black and green stains on the exterior of your home with no scrubbing, power washing, or bleach. Use Wet and Forget on all your outdoor surfaces, including decks, siding, roofs, and patios. Wet and Forget's available in a concentrate or extreme reach hose end. Purchase Wet and Forget in store or online at Lowe's, Menards, Ace, or Walmart.
The future will be amazing, and that's all well and good. But what about today? You can feel the rush of a 400 horsepower Nissan Z, or climb to new heights in the all-terrain Nissan Frontier. Light up the road in the all-electric Nissan Ariya that feels like a sci-fi dream come true. The future will be great, but today is made for thrill. All you have to do is get in a Nissan and drive. 2023 Ariya and Z not yet available for purchase. Expected availability is this spring for 2023 Z and this fall for 2023 Ariya.
Progressive presents Adjusting to the Suburbs. You just bought a home in the suburbs, but no one told you about all the birds, specifically this one, who seems to be calling out Roy. Roy. But who exactly is Roy? And why doesn't he ever respond? Maybe Roy is just bird speak for Save with Progressive by bundling your home and auto. I guess until Roy answers, we'll never know. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, coverage provided in service by affiliates and third-party insurers.
Hey, Shocker fans! Wichita State men's basketball season tickets for the upcoming season are available now at the lowest price in 15 years. For as low as $400, you can become a season ticket holder and experience the excitement of Charles Koch Arena for all 17 games this season. Now is the time to lock in your seats. Visit GoShockers.com/tickets or call 316-978-FANS. That's GoShockers.com/tickets or 316-978-FANS. Go Shockers!
Hey, ESPN Wichita listeners, we hope you'll take a moment this Veterans Day to honor our military veterans who served or are continuing to serve our great country. We all appreciate our freedom, so thank those that keep this nation great. From all of us at ESPN Wichita, thank you, veterans.
We all know someone who served in the military, so please join us at ESPN Wichita in thanking them for their sacrifice. And for those still serving overseas, we patiently wait for their safe arrival back home. Thank you, veterans, for all you've done and all those currently continuing to protect us.
Lately, I've been losing sleep, dreaming about the things that we could be. But baby, I've been praying hard. Said no more counting dollars, we'll be counting stars.
Welcome back to the Pulse here on ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM. Chance Lebo, Jack Johnson here with you on a Monday as we take a look now at our Beasts of the Week. I will go first. My Beast of the Week is Kenyon Giles. I'm not sure, and if you're not if you haven't been paying attention, I would implore you to do so because I'm in no way a Shocker fan. We cover the Shockers. I don't want to have any kind of biases, but man, I really like watching this Wichita State team play this year. I think they are a much improved team from where they were at last season. I would even go as far to say this is the best team that Paul Mills has had here at Wichita State. And it's a little bit of an overreaction. We haven't even seen them at full strength yet. The JV is, I can't remember his full name, but he's been out so far this season. Jarrett Valencia, he's been out so far this season. So we've seen TJ Williams grow into a blossoming role at the 4 position. But right now, Wichita State looks like a real contender in the American. And I know they've only played UNC Asheville and Prairie View A&M, but Kenyon Giles is a big reason why Shocker fans have some real aspirations towards this season. The crowds have been fantastic. Wichita State shut the lights out on Saturday against Prairie View A&M. Giles went for 15. Drake Kendall went for 15 on 6 of 6 shooting. and Will Berg had 15 as well. Wichita State looks like they have the deepest team they've had under, of course, Paul Mills, who is entering year 3 at the helm for the Shockers, as they look like a team that could really do some damage in a wide-open American Athletic Conference. We had an opportunity to catch up with some of the players for Wichita State at the podium after their win against Prairie View A&M. Here is Kenyon Giles, TJ Williams, and Will Berg after their 105-62 win on Saturday.
7-14 on this.
Thanks.
Just the opening stretch. I mean, you guys came out, just looked really good those first 3-4 minutes. Just what was the emphasis coming into tonight?
We knew that they were really disruptive on the ball. So just coming in, taking care of the ball, getting downhill, knowing that these guys, they don't really help on defense. So there's going to be a lot of backdoor cutting, a lot of rebound opportunities, and we took full advantage of it early.
DJ, double tonight. Yeah, stepping into the role, with Jared down the past couple of games, is this what you expected to be in this first week? And what do you expect the role you expect to carve for this team up of the year?
Definitely the role I expected, especially with Coach Eiler on me all week. Last game I only had 2 rebounds, so he's just on me for the rest of the week till this game that I needed to be better, help our bigs out, getting rebounds, giving our team second chances. And I came out tonight with 5-0 boards, so I feel like I did pretty good on that part, end of the basketball game.
You had one early where you pulled down the defensive rebound, and it was like the first 3 minutes, and you push the pace, you find Cron for a wide open dunk. Just that ability to create for, at that forward position. And you feel like that's kind of like what you were doing in high school before WSU, that's kind of helping you right now?
Yeah, for sure. Especially in high school, I ran point guard all 4 years. So just my ability to dribble, pass, do all the things that a point guard could do in this body frame is a plus for me. So the guys don't see me as a forward. They see me as one of them, as a guard. And when I get the ball for rebound, no one comes and just claps for the ball. They all let me work, and I find people and do what I can.
And how valuable is that to have someone that can do that and also guard fours at the other end?
I mean, I knew that I was kind of new to TJ. I wasn't really too familiar. I remember our first couple pickups. I'm like, this guy's dribbling on these guys. I remember Dre was guarding on one play. Dre's a menace on the ball, and he looked like it was second nature, And then being able to guard the fours as well. I mean, I just love having TJ on the team. He helps us out a lot. And then these guards are going to pressure us. You got a guy like TJ that can relieve that pressure.
TJ, how special was it for you to have this kind of game tonight in front of the home crowd?
It was really special, especially getting my first double-double here. It felt pretty good. I already got the jitters out last game, so just coming into this game with full confidence with my guys behind me and just rock out.
You guys aren't going to score 100 points every single time, but to see that level of offensive output, you guys have talked a lot about what this offense could look like. Is this, what it's supposed to look like?
I mean, we could for sure room to improve, but I feel like this was a good night. I feel like we shared the ball at an elite level today. Hopefully we can keep it like that. But, we're not going to score 100 every game, but we should share the ball like that every game, I would say.
TJ, knowing like that was their style of defense, that they're not going to help, that kind of put you in like an aggressive frame of mind. Do you think that helped tonight too?
Yeah, it definitely helped. Just seeing that our leading scorer right here is getting face guarded. They're trying to front wheel. So it just gives me space to create and get downhill and get fouled like I did.
And Will, I know you guys had that play where you kind of set a screen for him to pop out, and then he's looking for you. Just like what works so well about that play and having someone like TJ to get you the ball too?
Yeah, especially with his size, he can just pass the ball over them. But we have a whole team full of shooters, and like they've mentioned, everybody loves sharing the ball as well. So even if I'm not there, the next option is open almost every time as well. So it's just our offense has so many weapons on it, and when everybody's playing so unselfish and for each other, it's just smooth.
Well, is there a point of emphasis for you, with the size mismatch and everything like that? I know the first 5 seconds of the game they went to you in the paint. Was that kind of the game plan going in to try to attack that?
Well, I think the main, like TJ said, we came out there wanting to share the ball, and getting the ball into the post against a team that plays like this helps, especially with the cuts and so forth, and being able to spray the ball outside as well. So I think it was a good way to start the game, but like we shown, all the options worked tonight.
Kenyon, this was I know it's a brand new team, but last year, they only made 10 threes twice in 34 games. You guys hit it tonight. I know you probably feel like you could get a few more too. Just you feel like this is kind of be like the new normal for Wichita State, you think?
Oh yeah, this is the new normal for sure. We can see the shooters, Michael Gray. All these guys are capable of hitting threes. This is nothing new. This is pretty much what I'm used to. Every team I've been on, we can shoot the ball. Nothing new. I guess this is the new Wichita again, but yeah, we all can shoot the ball.
TJ, obviously you were here last year. You saw it. Just the difference between the 3-point shooting. What do you think? I know first game only 4 for 16 tonight, though. I feel like this is more what you guys have seen in the offseason tonight.
Yeah, for sure. Like you said, being here last year, really kind of struggling on the 3-point line. So for 40% 3-point shooters to come in, it just helps everybody out. They can't be so heavy gapped. We can hit, and everybody hits threes, and we can get down the hill also.
And showed different types of pressures there throughout the game. Was there anything you guys did to mitigate it? You kind of struggled a little bit earlier, but what was?
I mean, we played a team that like pressures like that. You're gonna have a few hiccups. We just had a few hiccups, and we fixed it right there. I think we had the 8-second violation, whatever it was, and then we got like 3 open threes right after it. So I mean, we play a team like that, it's gonna come with it. We just got to keep playing through that, and it helped. We use that pressure against them.
And what are the first half? 5 threes, you got to go in there. Just what's it feel like as a shooter when you get in a rhythm like that?
I mean, it's what you work for. When I was hitting, I was like, hey, I feel like I prepare a lot for games. I prepare a lot for every game. So making them shots is just like, yes, my work is working.
Anything else for these guys? Real quick, Will, just when you're on those like set plays where the ball is, at least they're going to be looking for you and you're trying to seal. Just what's been your focus? What are you trying to do on those plays? I've always heard like you do your work before you catch the ball. Like what are you trying to do to set yourself up for an easy basket?
Make it obviously easy for him to throw it in, but having Coach Mills always says show them my numbers and having my arms up and just keeping my position, like you say, do the work early and do the work before the catch. So makes everything afterwards so much easier. You can just turn around and lay the ball in.
And TJ, what's it like throwing like entry passes to a 7'2" guy?
All right, here we go.
I've never played with a 7-footer, so it's really easy. He's just right there.
Anything else? That's it.
All right, that was TJ Williams, Will Berg, and Kenyon Giles at the podium. They are, well, I guess Kenyon Giles is my beast of the week. Jack, do you have a beast of the week for us?
I'll just go with Jonathan Taylor, over 280 scrimmage yards and a win over the Falcons. He absolutely should be the front runner for the MVP now.
Yeah, he is in a 3-man race right now. Him, Drake May, Matt Stafford, currently the leaders in the MVP clubhouse, but still wide open in the MVP. All right, when we come back, we'll drop it down a level. We'll talk about collegiate football, as there has been some big movement in the college ranks. We'll talk about that when we return for hour number 2 of The Pulse on ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
Wichita's news sports leader, ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM, KKGQ, Newton.
What's up, Wichita? The leaves are turning and it's getting cooler, but we are still going strong at CBD American Shaman Wichita. Join me, Pat Strothman, at 21st and Rock in the Tallgrass Plaza. I'll be doing the Pulse from 2 to 4 on Wednesday. So if you need some relief from pain, anxiety, or just want to be less stressed this fall, swing by and see me at American Shaman Wichita on Wednesday. Come see why life is better with the feather on Wednesday with ESPN Wichita.
When storms hit, you need more than just a roofer. You need the biggest and most reliable name in the Midwest, Shamrock Roofing. Shamrock Roofing has grown into the largest roofing company in the region, with local crews right here to serve you. For nearly 50 years, we've proven our strength, our size, and our promise to you to be here for every repair and roof replacement. And every roof is backed by our lifetime craftsmanship warranty. One call does it all. Visit shamrockroofer.com.
Hey, football fans, break out the Bendito on game day with El Bendito Yankee Tequila. It's an ultra-premium tequila made from 100% Blue Weber agave from the highlands of Jalisco, Mexico. There's no fake colorings or flavors in their verified additive-free Blanco, Reposado, and Añejo. Pick it up at your local store or ask for it at your favorite restaurant or bar. Always win with the undefeated flavor of El Bendito Yankee, the official tequila of game day. And you can go to elbenditoyankee.com to learn more.
Wichita's new sports leader, ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
Yeah, listen, I've got a good locker room there, so rest up and we'll come back strong. So, that's what we do.
We got to be more consistent as a team. Got to be more consistent as a quarterback. Got to learn from it fast. And it's going to be an uphill battle when we get back, but I think our guys are up to it.
Wichita's home for Chiefs coverage. ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
Red Monday is brought to you by Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Bud Light is the official beer sponsor of the Kansas City Chiefs. Please drink responsibly.
It's just a public service announcement sponsored by Just Blaze and the good folks at Rockefeller Records.
Fellow Americans, it is with the utmost pride and sincerity that I present this recording as a living testament and recollection of history in the making during our generation.
Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Ho, H to the O.
Welcome back to the Pulse here on Wichita Sports Leader, ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM. Chance Lebo here with you as we break into hour number 2 of the Pulse. Filling in for Pat today. He'll be back tomorrow. And, of course, as you heard, he'll be back on Wednesday. He'll be out at CBD American Shaman Botanicals. That's out east over on Rock Road. So you can go and check out Pat and the Pulse live on Wednesday. We just wrapped up hour number 1. We talked KU football, NFL football, as well as getting to our Beast of the Week and hearing from the Shockers. As now we take a look at some headlines and some college football news. But we'll start. We didn't get to this because of the fact that, it kind of just happened today. Brian Daboll out in New York. The Giants head coach getting fired earlier today. I don't want to, be Tony Romo and tell you everything that I predicted, but I did say yesterday on the show that I host, what are the chances? I did say that this could very well be the last opportunity for Brian Daboll to save his job. And if you watched any of their game yesterday against the Bears, you saw a really lifeless football team. Jackson Dart heads to the injury tent for the 4th time this season. Another concussion, already 75 hits on his quarterback, running him into the dirt. It's like he thinks he has, Tim Tebow at quarterback at times. Brian Daboll out in New York. He is on the long list of coaches that were on the hot seat coming into the season that has been fired. Him and Brian Callahan both fired already. I believe there will be multiple. I believe we are going to have multiple more openings coming up here soon. You could see potentially openings in Cleveland, in Houston, in Vegas, Arizona, Atlanta. I mean, there are some jobs that could open here soon. Jack, just wanted to get your thoughts. I'm not sure how tuned in you were on the Giants stuff, but Brian Daboll out in New York. A bit of a surprise that it happened this early, but third straight 2-8 start for the Giants. They just looked lifeless this season. Jackson Dart continues to get hurt. Both your starting running back and top receiver out for the season. It's been a season to forget for the Giants, the 3rd straight for them. Is this a job that anybody should want? And what do you make of the firing of Brian Daboll?
Well, I'm sure it was, time for Brian Daboll to go. I mean, they never really elevated after making the postseason with Daniel Jones and winning in Minnesota in a stunning upset. I mean, they've only gotten worse each and every year. Now, the good news is this is a very desirable spot. I mean, at the end of the day, you are playing for a big brand like the New York Giants. You've got a young quarterback to work with. You've got a young running back in Cam Scatterbo. You've got a young guy, Malik Neighbors. Yes, a couple of those guys are out with injuries, but it's a good spot to be in because there is some young and talented pieces to that team. And you need to bring in somebody that really can be that offensive guru for Jackson Dart to be able to operate this offense. You got to pick an identity. And though I thought Brian Daboll was going to work coming from Buffalo, having success in year 1, it goes to show you how tough this is in the NFL to win each and every year, because it just seemed like, he just popped so early on as a head coach, and then after that, that becomes the expectation. That's really tough to live up to that over and over and over again. But for Giants fans, I would say this is one of those years where you want to be in the running for a new coach, and I'd imagine it'll be one of the more desirable spots because you get to work with a young quarterback like Dart.
Yeah, and I've seen people already allude to the fact that him and Joe Brady could just trade places. Joe Brady, the offensive coordinator right now for the Bills, replaced Brian Daboll a couple years after he got the Giants job. I mean, Brian Daboll, I believe he was at one point at least maybe a runner-up for Coach of the Year. I believe it was his first season as the head coach there with the Giants. He was the 2022 AP Coach of the Year because year number one, he took the Giants to the playoffs, a Giants team that really had struggled coming into his tenure. And since then, it's just been all a mistake from there. The Giants have really struggled this season. Obviously, the injury bug has hurt them. But, I mean, I would say that the next job that opens up, I think, would be Miami, either Miami or Cincinnati. I think that Cincinnati could very easily open up if they are not in a position by the time Joe Burrow returns to open up. But, I mean, I think the Giants is pretty favorable, but if Joe Schoen is the general manager there, I think that that job becomes very less and less attractive because they have, as noted by Ari Mirov on Twitter, this is the third time that the Giants are going to fire a head coach and retain their general manager, and it hasn't worked the other two times. They're not going on a third, and that's not saying that he won't be replaced at the end of the season, but going to be interesting to see how the Giants pan out going forward. Jack, you broke this news. I don't want to say you broke it, but you opened Shane and I's eyes and ears to it after at the end of his show, and I'm sure you've had the opportunity to do some more research and do some digging into it. But the Royals have taken a look now, and they have hired another hitting coach. They have hired what they believe to be the final piece of the puzzle in replacing their hitting coaches from last season, Keone Duren, and I'm blanking on the other name of the hitting coach they have let go of. But Marcus Thames is the new one of the new hitting coaches for the Royals. Worked recently in the White Sox organization. Connor Dawson getting hired last week, coming in from the Brewers organization. I'd imagine it, like we talked about at the end of Shane's show, it's hard to grade a hire of a hitting coach, but David Lesky's kind of been on it now, saying that he's a guy that wants to be aggressive in the early in the count, which is something the Royals didn't do a whole lot last season. I'd imagine this is a new voice, an outside voice from the Royals organization that they have needed. How do you feel like the Royals did in their haul with the new hitting coaches?
Yeah, I do feel that, with Connor Dawson, it's a very exciting name to be intrigued about because he was an instrumental part in working with some of those younger Brewers hitters, and the Brewers are much closer in resemblance to the Royals than some of those high top dollar teams. And that's why I imagine it attracted the Royals to Dawson, along with being a local guy. He's from this area. He went to high school around, Kauffman Stadium, and now he gets a chance to work with some young hitters the Royals really need to try and improve. And as for Marcus Thames, you have somebody that did have success as a hitting coach for the Yankees back in the late 2010s and early 2020s, but just what didn't have as much success with the Angels and the White Sox, though I'd imagine that says more about how the roster was assembled than really the job as the hitting coach. I mean, the White Sox the last 2 years, I'm not sure there was enough talent to really work with to shine as a hitting coach. Now, at the end of the day, he was still fired from a really bad baseball team, and he's not going to be well received by the fan base because of previous stops. But I do believe that in a different role, you bring in somebody who's got a great approach to the mental side of the game, is experienced, is a former player. And I like that these are two guys that were hitting coaches as early as a year ago, whereas last couple of years you might have brought in guys that weren't really hitting coaches anywhere else or were promoted from the minor league level. These were two guys working with big league hitters in 2025, and I do like the way the Royals went about replacing not just Keone Duren, but Joe Dillon too.
And with the fact that they were hitting coaches at other places, I mean, I don't think the White Sox are going to have any free agents that really pop off the board to you as a guy the Royals could go out and get. Maybe they revisit the Luis Robert trade, but do you feel like the Royals could be in on guys that have experience with those hitting coaches? Because I feel like that was kind of the case with the the guys they brought in from the Padres with Lugo and Waka both having experience with each other in San Diego. I don't think they were with Brian Sweeney, but do you think there's any chance that the dots could be connected and the Royals could go out and get a guy from the Brewers that's going to be a free agent or could be on the trade market, or a guy that worked with Thames when he was with the White Sox for the last 2 seasons? Do you feel like that is an opportunity the Royals could go out and look to add to their lineup?
Possibly. You never want to turn down any sort of negotiations when it comes from a team that was the number 1 seed in the playoff picture last year. Like the Brewers, they get the most out of players even at the bottom of their order. So it is possible. I know that when the Royals brought in Brian Sweeney and Zach Bove and Mitch Stetter, it was about acquiring pitchers that they felt they could really work with. And when you bring in new hitting coaches, yeah, you get together, you collab with the other coaches, and you feel that maybe there's some guys out there you really want to work with, or you can get the most out of them. And I'm sure that J.J. Picollo going into the GM meetings is going to try to target that. So the Brewers are a team that I feel are attainable if you're the Royals, right? It's not that you should say, hey, we need to win 95 games next year, but offensively, the Royals don't have a Christian Yelich, but they have a Bobby Witt Jr. They've got a Vinny Pasquantino. They've got a Michael Garcia and Salvador Perez. There is talent on this roster. It's more so about getting the most out of the bottom guys in your order, which I thought the Brewers were so good at last year.
Yeah, they really, you looked up and down that lineup, and I do think that it's important to note the Brewers play in a climate-controlled environment. It's easier to hit sometimes early in the season when you're playing in a dome, but they had an exceptional offense last season, a bunch of guys that had, above average wins above replacement, above average OPS. That's one thing the Royals could look to, just raising the floor a little bit. They did it at the trade deadline when they went out and got Mike Yastrzemski. They went out and got Randall Grichuk, although he didn't pan out very well. Brewers don't really have anybody that's going to be free agents that the Royals could go out and get. It's been alluded to they could go out and look for a guy like Blake Perkins, who was an outfielder for the Brewers, a guy that I believe is on under contract next year for the Brewers. But the Royals could go out and potentially look at. They just actually acquired, as we started this segment, they acquired Cam Meisner from the Rays, an outfielder that went to the University of Missouri. The numbers aren't great. I think he's a glove first outfielder that's got, a 203 career average with not much other than that to be talking about. I don't think he's a needle mover. I think he's similar to the Joey Weimer pickup the Royals got last season, a throw in on that deal. They didn't give up anything. They gave up cash considerations for him and a little bit more. But Major League Baseball, I believe they are about to start the GM meetings coming up this week, or maybe it's the owners meetings right now coming up in Major League Baseball. But right now the Royals are getting busy, a team that prides themselves on being transactional. The qualifying offers are out. Players are becoming free agents, and things are starting to get a little bit more interesting heading into the final couple weeks before the winter meetings. The winter meetings is when the stove really starts to heat up, and that's when the Royals are probably going to be at their busiest and when, of course, we're going to be talking about them the most. All right, let's take a look now at the college football games that happened this week, because there were a lot of them. Not much carnage inside the top 10. Texas Tech really handled BYU 29-7, a game in which Texas Tech led very early and continued to pull away late. Jacob Rodriguez continues his ascent to the top of college football. Had a huge game this last weekend against BYU. 14 tackles, a fumble recovery, an interception. Joey McGuire hyping him up to be a potential Heisman candidate. I don't buy that he's a Heisman candidate, but man, he just continues to play so well for TCU, and a big win against BYU. Texas Tech, they are 9-1 right now. They're probably going to be top 8 they're already top 8 in the country. They've got a couple gimmies coming up late in the season. They get UCF this weekend, a bye week, and then they go on the road to Morgantown to face West Virginia before they close out their season. They've been dominant in every single game that Baron Morton has started. I don't really buy them as a national title contender, but I think they are an arm and a leg better than every team in the Big 12. Some Big 10 teams got scares on the road. Indiana needed a late touchdown at the end to take down Penn State, a spare change Penn State team, a team that 3-6 right now has not won a Big 10 game, but they are still a team with the pulse. They've got some talented football players on the team, but Indiana needed every bit of the 60 seconds in that game to take down Penn State. Fernando Mendoza, his Heisman case looked dead in the water until he went 80 yards with his boys there at the end. A toe tap touchdown to Omar Cooper, playing without their top 2 receivers in this game. No Elijah Surratt in this one for Indiana, but they were able to keep Indiana's season alive as they take down Penn State. Texas A&M handled business in Como as they take down Missouri, a lifeless Missouri team. Eli Drinkwitz did not have a very exciting post-game press conference, but one that a lot of Missouri fans were not very happy with. Not very happy with his performance. I think they're going to be very happy when they see where he's going to be coaching next season. Ole Miss handles the Citadel. Oregon goes into Iowa City and needs a late field goal from Atticus Sappington. Yes, that's a real player to take down Iowa, as the Oregon Ducks are now 8-1. Dante Moore did not play his best football, but a ton of injuries on the field for Oregon. No DeCorian Moore, no Malik Benson was their top receiver in this game. The tight end that they have that's really good. Oregon's all banged up at the receiver position. They ran the football for 261 yards. They've got a big stretch coming up. Oregon is a team that right now is in the thick of the Big Ten title race. If they can get some things to go their way in the tiebreakers, they get Minnesota on a Friday night before closing their season with USC in Eugene and at Washington to close out their season. This is going to be a big stretch for the Oregon Ducks and a big stretch for the Big Ten going forward. Navy falls big time to Notre Dame. They win 49-10. And then the ACC did not have a very good weekend. The top two teams in the college football playoff rankings for the ACC, Virginia and Louisville. Louisville loses as an 18.5-point favorite against Cal. Jaron Siawe Sagapulatele goes into Louisville and takes down the Cardinal, who are now 7-2. And Wake Forest. I know that it's not a big deal here in the state of Kansas. I'm a college football sicko. People need to be focusing on what's going on with Wake Forest. Jake Dickert has done a hell of a job with the Demon Deacons. They are now 6-3. They win 16-9 at Virginia. Louisville falls. Miami takes care of business against Syracuse. Wisconsin. This is the funniest result of the weekend. Washington's one of the better teams in the Big Ten. They did not play well on Saturday. And Wisconsin, who was led in passing by their punter, Sean West, takes down Washington in a massive win for Wisconsin, their first win over a Big Ten team in over a year's worth of time. Wisconsin, after giving Luke Fickell the vote of confidence, giving him the year of 2026, Wisconsin wins 13-10 in Big Ten play. And that brings us to this week's slate in the country. A couple of good Friday night games. Louisville, Clemson. That one should be a lot of fun. Oregon and Minnesota. Can Minnesota go into Autzen Stadium and take down Oregon, an Oregon team that is very shorthanded? We'll see going into Friday. And then some fun games going up on Saturday. Of course, Pitt hosting game day as they will take on Notre Dame. Oklahoma and Alabama highlights what should be an intriguing SEC slate. Virginia heads on the road to face Duke. Georgia Tech in Boston College. NC State, Miami. Iowa, USC. And then in the nightcap, it'll be Utah at Baylor. And Texas and Georgia, TCU at BYU. That one should be a big one in the Big 12 race. A lot of big games coming up in college football this weekend, which should be a really intriguing matchup-dependent weekend. It's crazy to think we've only got 3 weeks left of college football. It feels like just yesterday we were betting on Iowa State to cover against K-State in Ireland. Now we are in week 12 of the college football season. The playoff picture gets a little bit muddy. I mean, the ACC is in danger of missing the playoff entirely. I don't think it happens, but we could be talking about Pitt being the ACC representative. We could be talking about a 11-2 Georgia Tech team being the ACC representative. The ACC continues to shoot itself in the foot. I don't believe that they are. I think the Big 12 has made itself clear that they are the third best power conference team. But man, the playoff picture continues to get muddy. And we've got a really fun weekend on tap. Jack, of the games coming up this weekend, a lot of games in the SEC matter, but is there any game that really catches your attention that you're looking forward to the most in the college football slate?
Looking at the slate that they got right now, I mean, really, you can't go wrong with any SEC game at this point. I mean, it feels like they've all been so thrilling each and every week. I know we really didn't get the best of a showing, A&M and Missouri, but I think that said far more about Missouri and their quarterback injuries going into that game. Of course, Matt Zollers is the third string quarterback of that team.
Mm-hmm.
But, I think that Pitt Notre Dame game is pretty intriguing on Saturday morning. as I said with the SEC, you can't go wrong with Oklahoma and Alabama, though I like Alabama big in that one despite the 6.5 spread. And maybe Iowa can bounce back against USC. That was a crushing loss they took in the rain against Oregon. But those would probably be my top three. Texas and Georgia, of course, will be the cream of the crop. But I don't know. Texas just isn't really doing it for me this year. It feels like in big games like this, there always seems to be a letdown. So I'll go with the other three, even over that Texas and Georgia game.
And what's the word on the street up there? I mean, you get to interact with SSJ and all the Missouri guys up there. Sterling Holmes, you guys talk every day. What's the temperature on Eli Drakewitz? Are they kind of happy that he's going to be gone at the end of the season? Are they kind of tired of his shtick, or what's kind of the situation going on with the Missouri fans and their prized head coach that's probably going to be coaching somewhere else in the SEC next year?
Well, I think they want him to stay, that's for sure, just because of how much he's elevated the program, his ability to recruit, and this year just bitten by the injury bug. And I'm saying that as a KU guy. I mean, they lost their kicker on the first game of the year, and that completely alters how you move inside of opponent's territory, right?
Mm-hmm.
You were at one point being at the 35, your opponent's 35 was an easy decision. Let's kick the field goal. Now you're not even sure if you want to kick it when you're inside of the red zone because you just don't have a ton of faith in a true freshman kicker. As for quarterback play, they lose Sam Horn, their backup on the first game of the year. Perbula gets hurt in the Vanderbilt game, and now you got to rely on Matt Zollers against a defense like Texas A&M. So even though I'm a KU guy, I feel with this year under Eli Drinkwitz, not sure it really comes down to his inability to coach or ability to coach. It's more so about, man, you just get unlucky sometimes where key guys go down. And I know for a lot of Missouri fans, including ones up here, it would be such a waste to ruin that 1 year that probably Ahmad Hardy has here, because he should be an NFL caliber running back going in the draft coming up in a few months.
Yeah, it's going to be, I think Missouri, I think Eli Drakewitz, while I think he's not he's not my most liked head coach in the NFL or in the college football ranks. The guy's one of the best coaches for the 60 minutes that you have him on game day. He is one of the better coaches when it comes to between the numbers, what you need to do. And like Jack said, Ahmad Hardy, likely going to be an NFL tailback, and Jamal Roberts is not far behind him, one of the better running backs in the entire SEC. But Missouri, they have struggled, and now with the injuries there starting to pile up, it's getting a little bit harder to see them making much of a impressive bowl game. But those are our thoughts on the latest headlines. But now it's time to give away some Kansas lottery tickets. Call 316-669-4996 and win $30 in winter cash bonus from the Kansas Lottery. Enter holiday scratch tickets into Play On for a chance to win up to $20,000 in winter cash bonus second chance drawings. Did you know that you can play Kansas Lottery online? With Play On, you can play games, purchase Powerball and Mega Millions, and enter drawings and promotions from all your phones and devices. All you got to do is call 316-669-4996 and win $30 in winter cash bonus from the Kansas Lottery. When we come back, we'll talk to head coach of the Friends Falcons, Terry Harrison, coming up next on The Pulse on ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
This is The Pulse.
I got it from here.
On Wichita's new
Awesome,
sports
thanks.
leader, ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
Hey, AK, it's me, TK.
What's up, TK? It's me, AK, Andy from Andy's Frozen Custard. Travis, if you could tell people how to support your charity, what would you say?
Grab my 87 and running concrete at Andy's.
87 and Running is such a wonderful charity that we created a special treat just for the cause. It has the world's finest vanilla frozen custard, Oreos, cookie dough, caramel, and the best part, a portion of the proceeds from everyone sold helps 87 and Running.
It's a cool way to support our vulnerable youth in Kansas City and beyond.
Dirty exterior? Don't scrub it. Wet it and forget it. Wet and Forget, the easy outdoor cleaner. Wet and Forget works over time with Mother Nature to eliminate unsightly black and green stains on the exterior of your home with no scrubbing, power washing, or bleach. Use Wet and Forget on all your outdoor surfaces, including decks, siding, roofs, and patios. Wet and Forget's available in a concentrate or extreme reach hose-in. Purchase Wet and Forget in store or online at Lowe's, Menards, Ace, or Walmart.
And we are all tied up in the bottom of the ninth. Bases loaded. Electric in here. Electric. It all comes down to this pitch. You throw the fastball here. But it looks like Brock is walking off the field and is leaving the stadium. What is going on here?
I'm getting word that he left to get a taco.
When you need a taco, you need a taco. Introducing the new Cantina Crispy Melt Taco, only from Taco Bell. at participating U.S. locations for a limited time only.
At Bank of America, we're proud that more than 20,000 veterans and people with military backgrounds have joined our ranks since 2015. Now we're committed to adding 10,000 more over the next 5 years. By helping veterans achieve their career goals, we're moving from appreciation to action. And together, helping expand economic opportunity across America. Visit bankofamerica.com/great place to work. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
When storms hit, you need more than just a roofer. You need the biggest and most reliable name in the Midwest, Shamrock Roofing. Shamrock Roofing has grown into the largest roofing company in the region, with local crews right here to serve you. For nearly 50 years, we've proven our strength, our size, and our promise to you to be here for every repair and roof replacement. And every roof is backed by our lifetime craftsmanship warranty. One call does it all. Visit shamrockroofer.com.
Pay heed, all who entered.
A swat on one end, a poster on the other. What a sequence.
Join the Jayhawks all season on the hardwood.
He hit it from way downtown.
The legacy continues right here on your home for Kansas Jayhawk basketball.
Join us Tuesday night at 7 as Kansas takes on Texas A&M Corpus Christi on ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
Welcome back to the Pulse here on Wichita Sports Leader, ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM. Chance Lebo filling in for Pat Strothman today. But every Monday, we are joined on the show by head coach of the Friends Falcons, Terry Harrison, as the Friends Falcons picked up a 66-7 win on Saturday over Sterling, clinching an outright league title in the KCAC. Coach, congratulations on another league title, and kind of talk about how the game went on Saturday.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate that. We've come a long way from when we first got to Friends, and now back-to-back conference championships, sitting at 10-0, and that's really fun. And even more than that, looking at postseason implications of all of this good stuff. And obviously we have one more, big matchup here in Leavenworth to go play on this Saturday, but man, exciting time for our program. And honestly, our whole year is built around these next couple of weeks. And so you want to, it's like stressful and all that good stuff, but you do want to enjoy it too. And so that's the balance we have to try to maintain as a coaching staff and as a program. And man, great win Saturday against Sterling.
And I believe it was senior night, correct? So, or did you guys have that early in the season?
Yeah, we did. We did our senior night. We if you remember, we did that week one, and it kind of was a funny deal. So we did we did our seniors week one, and honestly, it was so that we didn't have any type of distractions later in the year, and potentially better weather and all that good stuff. So we've actually been lucky this year. We've had awesome weather and all that good things. But no, it's always fun that last regular season game anyway to think about the seniors and the investment they made in the program and all the time and energy and effort and all those things, and even more than that. To know the seniors, this year's seniors class that are now back-to-back conference champions with our first recruiting class and committed to Friends. Friends was 1-9 the year before we came. Mm-hmm. And so, they had to buy in a little bit to a vision, not necessarily now. When you recruit, when you're a recruit and you come on a visit now, you get to see the trophies and you get to see the 66-point wins. And so that's what's really cool about those seniors for sure.
Yeah, and this was a 4-year class. I mean, this is year 4 for you, and with the transfers and all that. So I guess it's maybe not, you haven't had these guys for 4 years, but for some of these seniors, I mean, just talk about the foundation they have laid, because it feels like this is a long-term investment on your part to get them to get Friends where it is right now. Kind of talk about the buy-in that it took from some of those guys that were there on the ground level.
Yeah, well, just exactly what you said. It's a totally different deal when you are coming to a program with a new coach and a new staff, and you have to balance like looking at what Friends has done in the previous 4 or 5 years or whatever, and then balancing that with a new coaching staff that's trying to share a vision, and especially us, we try to recruit so hard locally, and my guess is every person here had this, at least someone has had a bad experience at Friends University on the football side of things specifically. And so that's a really hard thing to do, to overcome bias when Friends had historically, maybe not has been as successful, at least in the recent years. Obviously in the past, there's been awesome teams at Friends. But anyway, that's the deal, right? These guys chose that, and they chose to kind of, build something truly special. And then now when they get to do it on every Saturday and be an elite program that's in the top 5 and top 3 and top 2, and some people even put us at number 1 in the country on some media things. I don't know. That's pretty special. And at least in a small way, I hope, that's a little bit of, for those guys, just kind of a tip of the hat to the young men that chose to come here when we got here.
And you guys gave him a show on Saturday. 607 yards on the ground, or 598 on the ground, 7 touchdowns on the ground. I mean, that's clockwork for you guys at this point. I mean, how I don't want to say how easy was it, but it felt like everybody was kind of eating in that kind of environment.
Yeah, well, the funny part, after the game, someone told us we almost had 600 yards rushing, and I was surprised. It felt like 20. You know what I mean? It was just, it never feels quite good enough, and I think that's true of anyone. We want to be great, and we want to perform every single play, and we try to attack one play at a time. And unfortunately, in the world of sports and football, you don't remember the good stuff. You remember you remember the struggles, especially like starting out. I had a couple bad third and fourth down calls early in the first quarter, which we didn't convert on. And so I think I was so mad at myself, I kind of held it against the kids, and that's unfortunate because they had a great day. And then now looking at there's potential now for this last game to break our own national rushing record. And then, it's funny part, I watched a YouTube video about Barry Switzer in his Oklahoma days. And he made a statement in there that they had in 1971, Oklahoma won the national championship there with Barry Switzer, and they averaged 471 yards per game. And in that, he says no one will ever break that. And we have potential to break that record this Saturday. So I might have to reach out to Barry Switzer and let him know, you're gonna need to go back and edit that documentary.
Well, you guys, I mean, for you, I'm sure as the play caller and offensive coordinator Eric Kelly, I'm sure it's like a kid in a candy store when you have as many options as you guys do at the skill positions. Kind of talk about how you divvy up those carries, and especially in the option game, it's not like every play is going to be an option, but a lot of times you get to decide who gets the ball.
Right. That's right. Exactly right. Depending on how people align, we don't necessarily know what we're going to do going into a game. We practice every front every day, and all those good things. We try to prepare our kids for any possible scenario they're going to see. But then you kind of go out on Saturday and you let it rip, and you don't necessarily know what you're going to get, and you never really know whose opportunity is going to be. And so a lot of that is on the quarterback, and Cavante's been so good at making decisions and distributing the ball. And then obviously when he has the ball in his hands, he's able to do his thing, with just the unique talent that he is. But no, I've had a lot of kids that have scored. I don't think we had, this Saturday we ran for 600 yards and didn't have one 100-yard rusher. I think we had multiple in the 90s. Yeah. And so that kind of tells you, how talented we are, which that's our deal, right? Balance isn't always run and pass. Balance is, spreading out production throughout your team. And if that's true, we probably are the most balanced team in the country.
And you think about like an air raid team, they divvy the ball up to all their receivers. You guys are a running team that divvies the ball up to all their skill players. So talking head coach Terry Harrison here, I mean, we talked about the offense a lot, but the defense was stellar on Saturday. 0 net yards rushing for Sterling. The defense really came out to play well. Kind of talk about what you've seen from them in terms of their growth over these last couple of weeks, because it wasn't just this game. I mean, you guys played really well against K-Dub a couple weeks ago as well.
Right. It's such a crazy thing to look at stats and you see 598 to 0 rushing yards. I don't know that. I think it's hard to wrap your head around. Yeah. But no, they've been great. And a lot like that, the funny part is defensively, they're the best unit in the conference right now. They're leading the league in defense, multiple categories, and most importantly, points per game. They are the best in the conference, and they're tops in the NEI somewhere in there. Mm-hmm. But like we talked about, that is spread out. So you don't have necessarily one guy who's got 100 tackles or anything like that. It is so spread among those guys because we do have a complete team right now. And I think it's really fun to watch our guys because it is truly a team effort. And it is, the most, I guess balance is a great way to put it, balanced talent on the defensive side, just like offensive side. And so we're hard to prepare for on offense and defense for the reason you just mentioned. You can't necessarily commit 2 players to block 1 guy because everyone you're leaving unblocked has an ability to make a play.
And for yourself, being a Wichita guy and seeing, leading rushers like Cavante Baker and Michael Lopez had a 3-touchdown performance on Saturday. How cool is it to get the Wichita kids in there? Because, I'm obviously a high school guy. I see all the kids that are on visits for you guys. I mean, it's gone from friends as kind of the place that they want to play now.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, right? We've worked really hard to recruit locally, and we are national, and there are guys all across the country. But our goal is to have as many Wichita kids as possible. And so now you see that. We have multiple kids from each school, and we're recruiting multiple young men in each recruiting class from each school. And so it's kind of funny. I think what happens is sometimes, like I already mentioned, there's likely someone in Wichita who maybe had a bad football experience at Fringe, right? And so sometimes the biggest thing to overcome is getting that Wichita family that drives by Fringe University on Kellogg every day. It almost becomes an aftersight to get them on campus. And then when they do get on campus and they see the level of play we have, they see the awesome scholarship we provide for kids, all of that good stuff, they realize like, oh man, maybe I didn't even know how awesome this place was. And then when you do that, and you're able to get those young men, and then what you just mentioned, those young men are able to have success, get national awards, get Player of the Year awards, get all conference awards, and then get postseason post grad opportunities to play at different levels. I don't know, man. I think it's pretty special, and you have to be. I would tell anyone who's listening to this that's connected to people in Wichita, come see it for yourself. And we certainly are not for everybody, but more often than not, when people come and see it, they realize, man, what an awesome opportunity to play college football in my hometown.
And for Pat, he does his little, chart on his, spotter sheet.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know how he lists all the guys that you give the ball to, because everybody plays for you guys. I mean, that's kind of the thing that, one of the selling points is your son's going to play on Saturdays, and that's not something that every kid gets the opportunity to do.
Yeah, that's exactly right. We do so much, and it's kind of funny. Like, if you're a running back in Wichita, why would you not want to play for the national? We have a national rushing record. We're about to beat OU's all-time rushing record, or at least hopefully if we play well Saturday. What better place to play for a running back? And we play so many every week. We play minimum of 6. Most of the time we're playing 7 and 8. And as a family, it's not a program that's built on one person, although we do have young men that are special and elite and have awesome stats. Mm-hmm. They do that because of their talent, not necessarily because we are featuring one person. And so that's really cool. And then just like you mentioned earlier, just on the defensive side, just the same, man. If you can get in the top 8, 9 defensive back wise, we're running so many personnel packages on. I don't know. It's just really cool to see. We probably play more players than anyone in the conference, and likely anyone in the country. And so just to your point about Wichita kids, man, they do really well here. And more than that, our kids come and they're going to graduate. They're going to get a great degree. They're going to get connected to the Wichita community, and they're going to have a great football experience, hopefully compete for national championships, and then, man, be here in the Wichita community, make so many connections and give back. And that's what's really cool.
And you guys have coming up on Saturday, you guys have St. Mary on the road at St. Mary. Kind of what's the scouting report looking like? What's the initial, when you guys meet, I'm sure you guys met yesterday as a coaching staff, and I'm sure you're going to meet with the players today. What was kind of the first couple things on the scouting report for them?
Well, the funny part about St. Mary is they've actually had a decent year. They've struggled a little bit on the win side of things. Now with that, our side of the conference is really good. Mm-hmm. They have, they almost beat Ottawa. They've scored 30 points over 5 times. They scored over 40 twice. They beat Tabor pretty soundly, and they went down to the wire with Southwestern. So, on paper, it looks like, maybe we're way ahead of them and it should be an easy win, but I don't believe that's true at all. They have really, especially on the offensive side, really talented receivers, a senior quarterback who's getting healthy again. And so it will be, if there's a trap game out there, this is likely what people, what a lot of people would call a trap game. And I'll tell you, knowing our players and our young men, the way they prepared all year, I don't know that necessarily we would be susceptible to a trap game, but definitely on paper, this is one that, man, if you look at the scores, like they have done some dangerous things. So we're gonna have to really hone in on that. And I think I told you, they have some big, tall receivers, and especially a young man named Garzano. He's number 7, who's done a really good job this year. So we're gonna have to be aware of where he is at. We're gonna have to get pressure on their quarterback, who's a senior, and if we can do that, we'll be just fine. But definitely, a tough matchup for us in our last weekend.
And then defensively, kind of talk about the growth you've seen from them, because like we've said, it's been this back stretch of the team or the season has been really good for the defense. Since that bye week, things have really turned on here in I guess division
play. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. You hear so much about our offense, and it's because we're unique, and rightfully so. I do get that. But what you always hear is, well, the divisional teams will have an extra bye week to prepare. Well, the joke I've made is, well, we actually got to practice too, and our defense got to kind of look at our production, like, what are we good at? How can we hone in and really play to our player strengths? And I think we have done a great job, and selfishly, I would say better than any program in the conference of adjusting on the bye week to really play to the strengths of our players. And I think defensively, they've done that, so well. And Coach Kemp has done a good job of kind of manufacturing pressures and sacks and tackles for losses. And so I've been, extremely proud of them, and they've done a fantastic job.
And how difficult is it to run a scout offense when you've got guys that are used to going under center? When your scout quarterback's probably used to running the option, how difficult is it sometimes running a good scout look with guys that are used to running the option?
Yeah, it's probably easier than it seems, only because we do it every day. It's like it's just part of how we operate. And so we've been doing this thing since July the 21st, I believe it was, or something like that, July 20th. And so that's really the only time we truly serve each other. We take care of our guys at practice. We keep our young men healthy, and that's one of the secrets to our success. But we do spend 15 minutes a day. We all serve the defense, and that's everybody in our program, starters on offense, all the way down to, whoever, the young guys who are redshirting. And so it's just kind of who we are and how we operate. So our kids do a great job of that. And more than that, our defense does a good job of protecting our offense. And, that's the balance you got to run as a coach. Like, how do you prepare without beating your guys up? And we're always walking a fine line on the physical side of things.
Well, Coach, congratulations on yet another league title, and best of luck in the regular season finale in Leavenworth.
Thank you.
That's Coach Terry Harrison here on The Pulse. When we come back, we'll wrap it up with a Mount Rushmore Monday here on ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
You're tuned into The Pulse on ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
Hi, this is Brian Davis with Davis Liquor Outlet. And this is Blake Davis with a deal on Tito's Vodka, 1.75 liters, just $31.99. And just for the holidays, Chateau Ste. Michelle Riesling, 750 ml, only $8.99. Davis Liquor Outlet, each store independently owned and operated. Neighborhood locations with superstore pricing.
Nobody protects you from mayhem like Allstate. On that heavy shelf you hung yesterday. Turns out you didn't use enough anchors. Wait, you didn't use any anchors? Now you've got an open floor plan. Trendy. And if you have the wrong home insurance, you could need a wall of money to fix this. So get home insurance with Allstate and be better protected from mayhem, like me.
Based on coverage and limits selected, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Today on Hey Culligan's Smart Home, Smarter Water Softener. Here's Kevin.
Hey Culligan, can a smart water softener lift those heavy salt bags for me?
Kevin, it can.
Wait, it can?
Yep, the smart high-efficiency water softener from Culligan can alert your dealer when the salt needs to be replaced, and they'll do it for you, so your water stays soft and you stay away from lifting the bags.
I mean, I could lift them if I wanted.
No judgment here, Kevin. We're happy to do it, and we're already on the way. Let us help you out with a free in-home water test with the local Culligan water expert at Culligan.com.
Are you struggling to take care of your aging parents? Kansas PACE gives you the help you've been looking for. They provide head-to-toe medical transportation, home support, and an activity center your parents will love. You can relax knowing they're in good hands while you handle your own responsibilities. For men juggling work, family, and caregiving, Kansas PACE offers peace of mind and real relief. See everything they offer at kansaspace.org.
Catch Fat Jack from FatJackSports.com on the Pulse with Pat Strothman every Friday at 2:25 during the football season. Pat and Jack will discuss the spreads, the overs, the unders on local and national games. You'll hear angles to games you didn't even know existed. Fat Jack has been a leading sports analyst for 25 plus years. His records are documented and recorded at FatJackSports.com. So listen every Friday at 2:25 during the Pulse with Pat Strothman on ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
Hey, ESPN Wichita listeners, we hope you'll take a moment this Veterans Day to honor our military veterans who served or are continuing to serve our great country. We all appreciate our freedom, so thank those that keep this nation great. From all of us at ESPN Wichita, thank you, veterans.
We all know someone who served in the military, so please join us at ESPN Wichita in thanking them for their sacrifice. And for those still serving overseas, we patiently wait for their safe arrival back home. Thank you, veterans, for all you've done and all those currently continuing to protect us.
Welcome back to the Pulse here on Wichita's Sports Leader, ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM. Chance Lebo, Jack Johnson here with you, wrapping up a Monday edition of the Pulse. But fret not, Pat will be back in the saddle tomorrow. He'll be, well, not here in the studio. He'll be on the show tomorrow. He'll be here. He'll give you a regularly scheduled Tuesday edition of the Pulse. And imagine he's going to have Matt Derrick, Taylor Eldridge on. So it'll be, quite as expected, which you usually see from a Tuesday edition of the Pulse. We've already given away some lottery tickets, but it slipped my mind. We have to give away some tickets to our Running Man event. The Running Man is coming out in theaters soon, and ESPN Wichita wants you to be the first to witness it. Join Wichita's sports leader at Boulevard Theaters at Old Town on Thursday, November 13th for a night filled with giveaways, a big screen, and fun. If you want to go, text the word running to 316-247-0923 for your chance to win a pair of tickets. That's running to 316-247-0923. Join us for the Running Man on Thursday, November 13th at Boulevard Theaters at Old Town. Jack, I'm not sure if you have seen the trailers for this movie, or are you interested in this one? This is one that I think I might have even brought up to Pat as a movie that we should go see, because I love Glenn Powell. He's fantastic in everything he's in. I know we talked when you were in Kansas City about Chad Powers, but are you locked in on this Running Man movie?
Honestly, I'm not. I would have to go back and check out the trailer and do a little bit more research on it, but wouldn't be opposed to it. Anything with Glenn Powell, and it I've seemed to have liked so far. So heard the reviews have been pretty good on it. Rotten Tomatoes giving it a good score, so probably going to be a pretty damn good movie.
Did you finish Chad Powers?
I did. I really enjoyed it. Excited for season 2.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting to see how they play it. A lot of not going to spoil anything here, but I think Chad Powers, I'd recommend it. It's great background noise, a good little 6 episodes. It's nice to just throw on for 30 to 45 minutes and let your brain just turn off for a little bit. It's a fun little feel good show, but highly recommend Chad Powers to those of you that haven't seen it. Glenn Powell's and the Running Man. Text us running 316-247-0923 for your chance to win a pair of tickets. All right, coming up after the show today, we'll have overtime from 6 to 7, then ESPN coverage the rest of the way. But the Jayhawks are back in action tomorrow. We'll have KU pregame 5:30 p.m., and then a matchup between KU and A&M-CC coming up 7 o'clock tomorrow night for the Jayhawks. And then on Wednesday, it'll be Hawk Talk with Nate Lee, which I believe is the Kansas soccer head coach, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, the head coach of the women's soccer team for the Jayhawks, Nate Lee. The Shockers are the number 3 seed in the national conference, or the NCAA tournament in the soccer field. So interesting to see how that plays out for the Jayhawks. They will have Hawk Talk with Nate Lee coming up on Wednesday. Of course, the KU football team on a bye, and we'll see if they have a guest appearance from Bill Self on Wednesday coming up from 6 to 7. All right, Jack, let's open up the Mount Rushmore book, as it is brought to you by Red Axe Shredding. Protect your playbook and your business with Red Axe Shredding. From paper to hard drives, they securely destroy it all. From home offices to large businesses, Red Axe offers secure on-site and off-site shredding you can trust. Fast, affordable, and 100% confidential. Call Red Axe Shredding today at 316-869-2215 or visit redaxe.co. Trust the pros. Shred with Red Axe. All right, we got about 10 minutes here. What is the topic of our Mount Rushmore Monday today?
Let's go Mount Rushmore Monday for sporting events or specific games that you have to watch at a bar.
Oh, okay. You have to watch at a bar. I'm not much of a bar goer when it comes to watching sports. I actually think the bar experience I don't mind it. I would say like bye week, because this week K-State was on a bye week. The Colts played early. I would say number one is when your favorite team is on a bye week and you just want to see other games and you don't want to have to sit down on your couch. It's good to kind of have background noise. It serves more as background noise because you're there with your buddies, you're talking to them. If you're there for one of your game, like your favorite team's games, like if we were at the Depot for the K-State KU game. I found it to be secondary to, I was there with Shane and Zach and my girlfriend, and we were having a good time. Shots were flowing. It was a great time. But I kind of, missed some of the big plays from the game. So I didn't love that. When your favorite team is on a bye week, getting there at noon, sitting down there and being able to sit down, shred some beers, wings, etc. through a college football Saturday, I would say that is the upper tier. So I would say watching football at a bar when your team is on a bye week, or if they played on like Thursday night, I would say that's far and away the best, because you're not really missing anything that you really need to be dialed in on. But I would say bye week football games is the best one to watch at a bar.
My number one's going to be the NCAA tournament. I feel that you go to a spot that has as many games on as possible. Not just saying I wouldn't enjoy watching it at my house, but the most I can view is 4 games with the multi-box. And I'm really not that big of a fan of the multi-box view because the screen is so small. So for the NCAA tournament games, especially the first 2 rounds, great event to go watch at a bar. And pretty much that's where I end up going anyway, because I don't want to miss any of the games. I don't want to miss a moment of the action.
And a texter brings up, and I'll steal this from the texter. I'm not a big UFC guy, but this texter brings up UFC pay-per-view fights for now. I agree. UFC pay-per-view fights. I'm not a big UFC guy, but I feel like if you're in a group, because, I'm not going to say nobody goes to the bar by themselves, because some people do, and I don't blame you. But usually you go to the bar with your buddies, and there's not a better feeling than cooking up a little UFC parlay, a little action on a UFC fight, especially when it's the heavyweight card, when it's the belt, when you're battling for a belt. Any kind of fight that has to be pay-per-view, I would say going to a bar to watch that, because you're not paying for it at home. Maybe they charge a fee when you walk in. But I would say a UFC fight. I'll steal that from the texter. I would say that is a great event to watch at a bar. Usually it's on all the TVs. Usually it's also late night. I love nothing more than going to, or I'll save that. UFC fight. Let's say UFC fight. That'll be my number 2.
I would say going to watch a big Monday game in college basketball, because it's usually that standalone game. You can go a little bit early and grab some grub, and then you're hanging out for about an 8 p.m. tip-off there. So college basketball going to be the number 1, number 2 on my list, just because, you go for a college football game, and I'll probably still have them on my list there, but there's so many games going on. Might not get the audio on the TV that you're wanting, but for big Monday games, especially up here, I know, Coaches and the Peanut and Johnny's and Tanner's, they almost always have a KU or K-State game on with that audio, which I believe is a big boost.
Yeah, I agree. Big Monday is a good one, and also starting the week off right. I'm usually somebody who likes to stay in on a Monday to get the week, feel like it starts the week off right. But I do think the Big Monday, a great spot there to catch a game. My number 3, and I was going to go along with it, because if your team is playing on the West Coast and they're playing an after dark college game, whether it's basketball or football, or hell, even in the NBA, I really enjoy when I go to a bar and there's a good game on the TV starting at 9:30. And obviously I'm in my youths. I'm only 23, turned 24 this weekend. I like going to the bar and being able to watch a game as it's starting. I don't love watching the news when I'm at the bar. I don't love watching the whatever CBS or ABC affiliate or Fox affiliate's going on. I like it when there's an after dark game, when you're seeing Cal and USC kick off 9:30 on the CBS Sports Network, that going on, or a college basketball game where you can get in with your buddies and you can take an over, or you can say, well, I'm going to take the underdog to win this game. Like Gonzaga. Feels like Gonzaga always plays a late Saturday game against like a Santa Clara or a San Francisco. So I would say if your favorite team, or hell, even any team, plays at a 9:30 or 10 o'clock first pitch or kickoff, tip-off, whatever, a late night at the bar, if it's on and you're getting bets in on it, I would say that's one of the best.
Number 3 on my list, I'd probably say a Royals game on a Sunday afternoon, because it's not going to be as crowded at a restaurant or a bar. You can get some brunch, and it's just relaxing. It's very peaceful. If it's nice out, middle of the season, you can go sit out on a patio. So I got to have baseball in there, and Sunday afternoon Royals games are the best to watch somewhere.
Before I get into my final one, are you a brunch guy? My girlfriend keeps saying I need to go do brunch. I can't do it with my Sunday morning show with the NFL, so that'll have to be post-February when we get into that. But are you a brunch guy?
I would probably say I'm never opposed to it. I don't seek it out that often. It's got to be a pretty good brunch. So by myself, no. But if you go with a group of people, you're visiting friends or you're on vacation, yeah, I'll never turn it down.
Yeah, I would waffles, sausage. I mean, what's the order? The brunch order?
Oh man, I mean, pretty much any sort of breakfast food will do for me. You know, you get some chicken and waffles, you get some pancakes, or just a breakfast scramble. Those are all fine by me.
You're making my mouth water over here. I do love a good brunch menu. For my fourth, I'll go with like if there's like a Saturday, there's nothing better than like a fall or spring Saturday when it's like 65 and you can get a patio going. I would say like a Saturday afternoon patio beer, watching a golf tournament. I know Jack's not a big golf guy, but I do enjoy, like, if you can get a Masters Saturday or a moving day going, I think that would be one of mine. I'm really, like I said, I'm not a huge bar guy for any sporting event, but I do agree that like an afternoon, if I'm going for an afternoon bar, I'd like to see like some golf, because then, the drinks get flowing. And I'm honestly probably in for an earlier night if I'm watching golf, because golf is such a boring sport to watch. Sometimes I'm kind of tired, but I would say like a golf or maybe even like a late afternoon NFL slate, like a 3:30 kickoff. So when you get home, you can get what you need to get done. But I would say like a late afternoon NFL or golf game on a Sunday. You hear Jim Nance's voice. That always increases the melatonin in my body, makes me a little bit sleepier. So I would say one of those, whether it be NFL or golf, something on a Sunday afternoon in the NFL or golf.
My last one, I'll probably say an obscure one here, but it's so enjoyable in the College Baseball World Series when you get to go somewhere and sit down, and there's some really great spots up here to go and watch that are very baseball oriented. But you get to hear that atmosphere. Like I said, you get the crowd noise, you get the audio over the bar. But when I usually don't have a dog in the fight, I mean, there's a couple games going on with the regionals and stuff. But once you get to College World Series, you're watching the best of the best. So that'll round out my list at number 4.
Yeah, it'd be really cool. I mean, I'm hoping that it's the case this year. But like if BG and the boys make a regional run or even get into supers and they're on the road, I feel like watching one alongside some Wichita State fans would be really fun, because Lord knows how passionate these Wichita State fans are. Being able to watch, like, if Wichita State had like a 1 o'clock or 2:30, and Wichita State's not my favorite team, but like being able to watch it with Wichita State fans and seeing the energy. I mean, it's more fun when you go to a bar when you're not at home, like when you're not on your home turf. You get to watch one. I mean, I remember going to a bar when I was out for March Madness and watching it alongside some like Arkansas fans when I was in Texas, and you start to get invested on a team that's not even your favorite team because everybody else in the bar is there. But I always enjoy watching some third-party games. Not my favorite team. Don't enjoy watching that at a bar, but I do enjoy watching the non-Chance Lebo teams when I'm at the bar. Jack, appreciate you for helping out today. Appreciate Terry Harrison for hopping on today. Coming up later, it'll be overtime from 6 to 7, and then we'll have ESPN coverage the rest of the way. For producer Jack Johnson, Pat will be back tomorrow. I'm Chance Lebo. This has been The Chulse on ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
All right, Chance, you're all clear. Have a good one.
Thanks, you too, Jack.